I'm going to give you a few facts before I start my dissertation on whether or not the moon landing on July 20th of 1969 was or was not a hoax, according to my opinion and what I've learned about the materials and the so-called trip to the moon. But first, we're going to wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day, including my friend Daisy May. And I hope all of you guys enjoy your Valentine's Day with your loved ones, whomever they might be. So we'll get that out of the way. Happy Valentine's Day to one and all. The second thing I'd like to talk about as far as facts are concerned is today is February 14th in the Philippines. And since December 21st, well, it's like I have a little egg on my face. Since December 21st, hey, you have a lovely Valentine. Oh, God. Flying Circus, let's get your link to your page right up on my live stream right away, please. By all means, fly. If you guys don't know who Flying Circus is, he's as creative and sometimes more creative than anybody else on YouTube with his uploads. Now, some of them, many of them, are age restricted. So I have to give you, Flying Circus has many age restricted videos on his page, and some of them will make you laugh, some of them will make you cry, and some of them will create a gag reflex. Those are his cooking videos. Flying Circus has a propensity to find very strange things being cooked and eaten by very strange people. Not weird. Weird is a whole different word. Weird is the third definition in the Webster's 20th Unabridged Dictionary of weird is godlike. These people are not godlike. The people that do the cooking videos on Flying Circus's channel are strange. That's a whole different thing. So remember this. When someone says you're a little weird, you say thank you. Because in the Webster's 20th Unabridged Dictionary, 1969 version, the third definition of weird is godlike. And that's pretty much what it means across the board throughout time. But strange. Flying Circus has some strange cooking videos up on his channel. So you guys that are not familiar with Flying Circus, he put the link, but I've posted some things to his page in my community page. Some of the videos that he's made for me and for his own personal mindset. He has a mind of his own and he does what he wants, but he has the same moral turpitude that I do, whatever that means, except with the exception of those cooking videos. Now those I would not ask you to go see his cooking videos unless you're strange. You can watch them if you're not strange once. Probably if you get through it, you'll never watch another cooking video on the Flying Circus channel again. But there are several different videos of cooking various substances. And those videos are not titled cooking this or cooking that. So you're not going to know what you're going to see until it's too late. And then you did you Flying Circuses. He's a very funny man. He's a very funny man. So let's get on with the show. We're going to talk about the facts based on my experience as an licensed, LIC, period, licensed A&P jet mechanic, based on my experience of building the first 36 ships of the A-10A Warthog, otherwise known as the A-10A Warthog or the Tank Buster. I actually had 6 months on working on that aircraft, and I did pretty much, well, I started out as a riveter in the tail section. That's like the worst job that you can get. First of all, at that time I was a lot smaller, so I fit into the tail section. And then what you do is, I don't have my rivet sets. I have my rivet sets in the shop, but you have a rivet set, and then you go into the tail section, and my partner Tommy Jaskowski, he's outside. So before you do this, one man will set up the tools outside. Inside, you just need 2 tools. It's a block of steel. Oh, it's not very big. It's a block of steel, kind of looks like this. Looks like my hair cutter. And then the end of the block of steel, it has a hole or a couple of different holes. Depends on your rivet set. And you put the rivet, first of all, you have to drill the holes. So I'll explain to you how to do riveting on an aircraft. So the first thing you need to do is you need to get the skin. The skin, you go to the skin shop. There was the Fairchild Industries was huge. Took you 10 minutes to walk from one side of the building to the other, but to go to the back of the building could take you longer than that. Then you go pick up a skin and you sign for the skin. Then you take the skin and you put it on the frames. Now, the first thing that has to be done is the skin has to be lined up on the frames precisely to within 1,000th of an inch of where they're going to go. So you'll have a bulkhead frame that could be 4.5 inches wide, and then the skin is not going to go to the center of that bulkhead. It might go, let's say the bulkhead is 4 inches, because you people out there, a lot of you guys are not so good at math. And actually, a lot of you are really bad at math. You can't do your multiplication tables. I've watched you people I've watched you people struggle with your multiplication tables. Oh my God. The thing, we learned that in 4th or 3rd grade. And I get a kick out of watching you people struggle with 4 times 7, 28. I get a kick out of that. 4 times 4, 16. Watching you people struggle with simple multiplication, and the fact that you can't multiply 2 numbers in your head. It actually astounds me that, like, 2 simple numbers in your head, and you can't do it in your head. And given enough time, a reasonable amount of time, some people might take 20 seconds, 30 seconds, or even a minute, but they'll come up with the right answer. But you people struggle with 4 times 4 equals 12, no, 16. Well, basic, I get a kick out of the ignorance on YouTube. So I'm going to tell you how you put the skin on the airplane. Just so you know I did. Hey! Go Bobo. You know, Scott Del Fuego said the same thing this morning, that he explained to me. Thanks for stopping by, Go Bobo, sister. He explained to me that one of the items that were shot down was not supported with a lighter than air balloon. And that's what a general had said. So Go Bobo's information, according to the news, is correct. That it was something that could have been otherworldly, because they don't know how it was maintaining a flight attitude and or not crashing down to the ground on its own. And that kind of leads you to believe in an anti-gravity propulsion system or some other type of propulsion system that Go Bobo was talking about. In that, let me. What are we doing here? We are. Hold on a minute. I have to do something in my chat here. Okay, so not in my chat, on my home page. So I'm going to go to. Okay, we got it as public. I had to make something public. Now, and Go Bobo, that piece of information, Scott and I discussed that this morning. Scott told me that they shot down 3 balloons that were lighter than air, either with hydrogen or helium. But then there was another one, I think, over Michigan that they shot down, and they don't know what kept it up because it wasn't attached to anything. Now, my interpretation of that is they're lying. Because if something had that ability, this is just my interpretation. I don't know that I'm right or wrong. But my interpretation is that they're lying about it being floating by itself without a balloon. And the reason is, but first of all, they are in fact preparing us, the world civilization, to disclose to the world that they are and have been since long before World War II, known about otherworldly vehicles and or aliens or alien beings. They've known about this for going on close to 80 years plus. They've factual. They know this. So eventually, like people like myself who have in fact been taken, they know that eventually these beings are going to make an appearance, and they're not going to be able to hide it for any long length of time after that. But they've been working with these people. Forget about the thousands of movies that say so. In my opinion, and I have a strong opinion about this, the technology that you're using to talk to me, cell phones, computers, fiber optics, especially fiber optics, is technology that they got from spaceships that have come to this planet, flat Earth. And the Earth is flat. They know that. I know that. And when Elon Musk finally gets his stuff together and invites me to take that trip to the far side of the moon, then I'll be able to take pictures with my Galaxy 21 phone and show you that the Earth is flat. I'll make them do a side. Wait, before we go to the moon, I want to go to the side of the flat Earth, and I want to take a picture of the ice wall and the edge. But moving past that, they know that we know that no longer can it be a secret that there are aliens. Now, they've given us millions of hints about this, millions, in various movies, in various ways, shapes, and forms. They know that we're going to eventually find out the truth. So they've been breaking the X-Files. How much of the X-Files do you think is fictitious? How much of Stargate SG-1 do you think is fictitious? And how much do you think is possible? But proof of that, Go-Go Bobo sister, and anybody else that's listening, is that, well, I could give you Mr. Babcock, Babcock. Mr. Babcock was a childhood friend of mine. My friend Flying Circus. Talk has been happening, that this has been happening, but military didn't tell Donald J. Trump because they feared he would take severe action. I don't know. What could Trump do? He could do nothing. Listen, see, this is what I've always said. I've said this since I was a young boy. The military, the governments of this world, the powers that be, they are working with aliens. There's no doubt about that. But if they wanted to go against an alien agenda, they couldn't do that either. Because there are multiple... I forgot to tell you how to get a skin on the A10A. There are multiple ways that they could have gotten to this flat Earth and reasons why they got here. And the Earth is flat. One way, and what you have to understand is that you've been lied to about so many things. This live stream may very well turn out to go into the 6 or 7 hour mark, and of nothing but provable and non-unprovable facts. If they came here, first of all, if they came here from another galaxy, what if they just came from someplace much closer, like the far side of the moon, which I doubt, or Mars, or Jupiter? What if they came here from someplace like that? Well, their technology would be hundreds of years advanced more than we are. We could not stop a full-scale invasion. And not only that, if they did come here, and they did, what do they want? They want the same thing everybody wants. They want food, and they want raw materials to supply their needs, whatever their raw material needs are. So if they came here and worked out a deal with the government, let's just say that stories of them needing gold is true, or platinum, or titanium. Let's just say that's true. Let's just go with the assumption that they need what we call precious metals. Maybe they need copper. That's not so much of a precious metal. Maybe they just need borax. Maybe they need water. But let's just say they need precious metals. And we have mines, copper mines, and gold mines, and mines that might plutonium and platinum. Let's say they need some of that stuff. Why would they destroy us when they can just make a deal with the government to you give us unlimited amount of gold? We need gold. Let's just say they need gold. They eat gold. Maybe they eat gold. Maybe they use it for their electronic mechanisms, whatever. They need gold, right? So we mine gold. How do you know how much gold came out of a mining operation that's hundreds of miles long, billions of pounds, millions of tons of ore comes out of the ground? How do you know how much gold came out of that mine? Nobody knows that. Only the few people at the top of the chain of the gold mine know how much came out. And those people are the people that run the world. I could tell you stories about diamond mines, and I will, But let's say the people that made the gold, that get the gold, that mine the gold, have a deal with the aliens or with the government to allow them to not just mine the gold, but to keep the price of gold at any number they want it to be. And in retrospect, they give the gold to the government, and the government gives it to the aliens, and the aliens give the gold back to the government. It's a simple process. They need something, so why would they wipe us out? But if, as Flying Circus said, Donald Trump was going to take preventative action against the aliens, what could he do against a civilization of people that, if they came from another world, would be several hundred years more advanced than we are? He could do nothing. They could wipe us out like you spray a can of Raid on a colony of ants. A perfect movie to that effect is, the one with starring John Travolta. One of the best Earth War. The one with John Travolta where he's an alien with the black fella. What a great actor that black man is. And they came and they attacked Earth, and they beat all the powers that be, all the world governments, all the armies of the world. I think it was 11 minutes, he said. Battleship Earth. Battleship Earth. I wanted, because that's about how long it would take for them to subdue anything we were going to have against them, the aliens. So what if they just came here to get resources? And they said, well, these people, they're really good at digging stuff up. And we'll just take their resources. And in exchange, we'll give them small pieces of technology. Or we have Flying Circus Speaks. We have to read that. True. But it would interrupt the deal we have now with the aliens. Yes, Donald Trump is not. There's a lot of things. Listen, Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the worst president we ever had. Obama, and you know how I feel about Mr. Obama. Obama makes Trump look like the chump that he is. Donald Trump chumped the world. He fooled you all. Don't get me started on Donald Trump. What Obama did with the riots and the mass shootings and allowing the gangs to run rampant, that's nothing compared to what Donald Trump shut down the economy of the world in 1 week with lies. Donald Trump, he is the great Satan, not Obama. Even though I never liked Obama, Donald Trump makes Obama look like a hero. Obama didn't shut down the world. Obama didn't destroy the middle class, the economy of the middle class. Did Obama allow 10,000 historic statues to come down on his watch? No, Donald Trump did that. Donald Trump allowed these people to come in and destroy all the statues that represented our history. Donald Trump shut the world down. Donald Trump shut the power of money off to the middle class and the lower class. And who made money? More billionaires were made during the lockdown than before the lockdown because their power just increased. Donald Trump was the most evil president we ever had when it comes to the big picture. So Donald Trump wasn't going to go against the aliens. But I'll back this up with a fact. Donald Trump knew the day that the Twin Towers were destroyed, he said that's impossible for that to happen. And then a few days later, that article, those posts were all gone, wiped clean, expunged from the internet. And he never followed through with the fact that he, as a contractor, knew that couldn't happen from two planes, jets. And I could go involved, I could get in, prove that as well. Jet fuel burns at 475 degrees, steel melts at 2,100 degrees. Jet fuel under pressure with gas pushing the jet fuel out of the back of the nozzle might burn at 1,300 degrees. But the jet fuel fires were non-compressible air. They just were fires with jet fuel. Office furniture burns at 650 degrees, and the steel that melted was inches thick, and it had 1.25 to 2 inches of asbestos blown onto the steel. Donald Trump knows that didn't happen from jet fuel, but he went along with it back at that time and all the way through. Donald Trump is the most evil president we've ever had, bar none, bar none. Way worse than Obama, worse than Biden. Worse than Biden. He's just a face for the New World Order, just a different face of the New World Order. They have multiple faces. They work in secret. Donald Trump is pure evil. And who are his closest allies? Netanyahu. Who is he married in? He's married into Israel. His family became Jewish. He's visited the wall and banged his head on the wall. So, as far as Israel is concerned, they have more control over America than our politicians, for sure, and they work hand in hand with the Vatican, which is the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Club of Rome, the Club of 300, the Rockefellers, the Bilderberger Group. Donald Trump works hand in hand with all of these evil cabals, especially the Vatican, which is basically controlled by Masons, which are, for the most part, controlled by the Noahide laws. We'll just say the Noahide. You people don't know about the Noahide laws, right? Written in 1991 and accepted by the American government. Did Donald Trump make this known? Do you people understand? I got to get back to the skin on the A10N. I kind of got sidetracked. Do you people not understand that the United States of America is now under the control of the Noahide laws? Sold our Constitution, our Republic, was sold to the Noahide Jews on March 5th, 6th, and 7th to Rabbi Shearson. You look up Rabbi Shearson, birthday, March 5th, 6th, or 7th of 1991, and you will see that President George Herbert Walker Bush gave control of the United States of America over to the Noahide philosophy, law, religious, Jewish culture. That's true. And do you know that if you believe in God now, and you were to say, I believe in Jesus Christ, that by law, the Noahide law, they can put you in a guillotine. And the reason they use a guillotine is so the body parts will be available for any parts that they need. So you have no understanding of what's really going on in this world. But look up Noahide law, March 5th, 6th, and 7th, 1991, Rabbi Shearson. It was his birthday. So moving back, if the aliens wanted to take over, then they would have to create a slave population, which might rebel against their needs. Now, how do I know that this is what they do? Well, they do this. Michael Fazio is putting forth some knowledge that you can easily find. Do due to suppression that you cannot easily find. This should have made the front page of the papers of the world. It was done in secret on March 5th, 6th, and 7th. George Herbert Walker Bush sold the Constitution, the freedom of the American people over to the Noahide, the people that control the Noahide law. This is fact. You can look it up on the internet. So how do I know that they give these aliens gold and or diamonds? Well, there's a surplus of gold, platinum, diamonds that would make gold and platinum absolutely valueless. You could buy gold at $10 a kilo, maybe, or maybe $50 a kilo. A kilo, not an ounce. They keep the price of gold because it's a standard monetary coinage. Call it coinage. What about and diamonds? Do you people understand how many diamonds there are? There are literally what they call warehouses. We're talking about warehouses the size of airplane hangars, underground, of course, full of diamonds. Full of diamonds. If they allowed all the diamonds, the star D, blue, white diamonds, whatever is a good quality, if they allowed all the diamonds right now to be put out on the market, the diamond rings that you pay $5,000 for, you could buy for $25 with the same diamond. Diamonds would become completely worthless. They keep the value of the diamonds up because that's what they do. So if aliens took over the world, they would have to do all the mining processes. So what did? They made a deal with the governments of the world or a select group of governments of the world to mine stuff for them. And in return, they'd give us technology like fiber optics. How did we come to fiber optics in such a short period of time? I guess it's possible someone hit on it, but how did we go from tubes and the ability to transfer a number over a certain amount of seconds to 1 trillion pieces of information a second through a fiber optic cable the thickness of a human hair in less than 85 years? How did that happen? It happened because of alien technology, in my opinion. So going back to my understanding of construction and building, nobody out there, and there were people that were on Allo show last night that said, Fazio, show us, but I'm a better contractor. I know more about construction than Fazio. No, you don't. No, you don't. Not only do you not, but you would never come forward and put money on that wage. None of you would. None of you. Nobody on YouTube that's in the Philippine genre or anybody that I've ever spoken with. Because anybody that I've ever spoken with that does know about construction would say that, yes, Fazio knows about construction. But on top of that, a lot of people know about, they might have a general contractor's license. Can they run a crane? A live wire, live boom crane? The answer is no. Can they run a backhoe? The answer is no. They could get in one and try. Can they operate a bobcat properly? No. They can't do that. Have they gone scuba diving? No. Not that scuba diving has anything to do with construction, but their life experience is limited, and it shows that they have no content on their page. If they had life experience and they did interesting things their whole life, then they would have something up on their page, but they certainly wouldn't come to my page and say, I don't know about construction. Because anybody that understands construction knows that I'm not throwing the malarkey, the bologna and cheese sandwiches around. You people couldn't possibly compete with my construction knowledge. None of you. There are people with contractors' licenses that know more about a specific thing. Like, can I do perfect concrete work? No, but I can do it. But as a contractor, for mostly I spent my life in marine construction. Can you compete with me with building decks or docks? No, you cannot. But I don't do that anymore. And I haven't done it since the late 1990s because I got chemical burned from the copper chloride and arsenic in the wood. And they said, you will never touch copper chloride and arsenic again for the rest of your life or you'll die. I was in the hospital for 3 days from chemical burns. So I don't do that kind of work. I don't use copper CCA lumber. I didn't use it afterwards. And if I did, I wore a vapor paper suit, and a mask. And even then, when it gets on my skin, I break out in blisters. But I know more about it than, I don't care who on YouTube says they can build a deck better than me. They cannot. It's not possible. So, Fazio's broke. Well, I'm broke because I did 3 major investments in the Florida Keys, and my properties went belly up because they destroyed the economy, and my mortgages were $9,000 a month that I paid for years. And then when the economy dropped out, I had a couple of days a month, if I was lucky in work. 50,000 houses per month were being closed, abandoned. 50,000 houses a month in South Florida. And I lost 3 properties worth almost $2 million. My house and 2 other properties, that one we were building on and one was just vacant land. So you people that say, he's broke, yeah, I'm broke. I was broke, not broke, but I lost well over $1 million of cash money invested into my properties. None of you can say that. Well, maybe few of you can say that. But if you knew about construction, you would never say that Fazio doesn't know about construction, because I do. Thousands of videos I have up about construction, cranes, barges, tugboats, deck building, dock builders union stuff. So moving back, the why I think that the lunar landing was a hoax, which I have to put the fan on. It's raining since 5 o'clock this morning, but it just stopped. So we don't know that the sun is going to come out. If the sun comes out, I will be leaving you. I have a job to do. But so when you have a 4-inch bulkhead, which is where I started, on the A10A, my first job was rivet it. So what you do is you go to the skin shop, which is in the back of the building, and they actually form the skins, and then they heat treat the skin right there on the property in the shops. The A10A was built and fabricated in Fairchild Industries. It's raining, it's pouring, Biden's inflation is soaring. It is. It's out of control. Out of control. But Trump was worse. Trump shut down the economy of the world for 2.5 years. So you go to the back and you get the skin. Depends on which skin you get. You have a cart with a rug type of operation on it. You bring the skin to the hull, and the hulls that I worked on were 1 through 36. I actually worked on the first A10A ever built, assembled, with the GU7 Gatling gun and the bathtub, and then it flew out of the it flew off the runway in back of Fairchild Industries. So you take the skin and you put it on the frame, and then you take a scale and the frame is 4 inches wide, you might go 1 15/16 in from the edge of the frame, not 2 inches, because you got to have an expansion joint in there. And then it could be a little less, a little more. It depends on the size of the skin and where it is on the airplane. If it's on the wing, you need more expansion room. On the fuselage, less. And you put the skin on the airplane and you clamp it on with rubber clamps to the frame, and you do all your measurements, height-wise, this frame, the back frame, whether it's horizontal. The hull is set up level. It's on stanchions that don't move. And they check that occasionally because you have to do certain things that level out the aircraft. It's technical stuff, but they do it. So then you clamp that on, then you take a 1/8, let's say your rivets are 1/8 rivets, okay? You drill a hole, you mark, first of all, the foreman comes over and checks the placement of the skin. And this is why I know the lunar landing was a hoax, because I built this stuff. The foreman comes over and takes the measurements and checks it to the blueprints. And on your table, each person has a table that's 4 foot wide, deep, and 8 feet long. And if there's 6 men working on the aircraft under Al, my foreman's name was Al, then 6 men would have 6 tables. Everybody's table is their own because you're responsible for your rivets. You're responsible for the stems that pull out of the rivets. You're responsible for the snap rivets when you turn them. They're called torque rivets. And when you torque a rivet, the head comes off and it torques down to a certain torque and it snaps off. You're responsible to go pick up the rivets, and then you're responsible for the pieces that are left from the rivets after you use the rivets. Most of you people don't know that because you've never built anything high-tech, but there's a reason for what I'm about to tell you. So Al comes over and checks your measurements. The thumbs up. You people come just to push the thumbs down. They're haters. They're not learners. They don't learn anything from me. They just like to hear me talk. And I like to talk because I like to prove how stupid you people on YouTube are. I really mean that. I really sincerely mean it. I look at most of you people as so much less than what you could have been if you had gotten a proper education and not spent your life drinking alcohol and doing drugs. I look at you people, you look at me as a failure because I live in a shack. I look at you as a failure because you've never learned what life is about in general. So now you have the skin on the airplane. Al comes over and checks the skin. It's all clamped up. He checks it off. He writes it down in the book. Tommy Jaskowski and Michael Fazio applied the skin at such and such a time. There's a guy sitting in a chair watching this whole process, a time study guy. We got stuck with a time study guy, me and Tommy and I. So now Tommy had a time study guy watching him, and I had a time study guy watching me. So the skin calls for 36 rivets. The time study guy goes, well, the skin is on. Next step, go get 36 rivets. So I say, I'm going to go get 36 rivets. Now, maybe those rivets are in dry ice. And they have to be cool because certain rivets had to be kept at a low temperature. Maybe they're not. So I'm going to go get 36 rivets. I say, okay, so I get off the ladder, and I go down, and he writes in the book, on the way to get 36 rivets. And then he walks behind me, and I stand at the supply depot. There's a whole huge, it's like a hardware store. And I asked, it was a black guy that ran the store. I asked him for 36 of these rivets, ANOC 32-Ds or something like that. He gives me 36 rivets. I go, and the time study guy writes down 12 minutes to get rivets, 3 minutes to walk back to the ship. Then we set the drills up, 2 minutes to put the bits in the drills, air drills, all air drills. And then we had to mark it first. I forgot. We have to mark the rivet pattern. After we mark the rivet pattern, Al comes over and looks at it, looks at the plans, and says, okay, this is a good rivet pattern. And you're looking at the rivet pattern because it's marked on the blueprints, but you can't put a rivet even 1/8 of an inch off where it's supposed to be, because maybe something is going to go through the frame, a hydraulic line, a month from now, 2 months from now. It's got to be clear. So then you take your drill and you take a center punch and you tap a hole on the drill, on the mark, and you drill. Pilot hole. First a pilot hole, then you open up the hole. Always a pilot hole first, so you don't make a mistake. Then you make a pilot hole, and you take a cleco. A cleco is it looks like a ballpoint pen, but you put it in the hole under spring tension, and when you put it through the hole, you release it, and the clamp opens up like a reverse clamp. And you put that in the skin. That's your number one hole. Then you go to the far corner or caddy corner. There's a pattern that you drill it out. And then you drill pilot holes through your next 36 holes. But when you get to the bottom corner, you put another cleco clamp. But when you start walking your holes down maybe every third hole, you'll put a cleco clamp in. Now this is the pilot hole. And when you get all 36 holes drilled out, then you take the number one cleco clamp out, and then you drill the size of the rivet. And then you put a bigger cleco clamp. I have them in my shop. I'm not going to start showing you what a cleco. You can look it up online. You can buy them online. And you put the next size, the big cleco clamp for that size rivet. And then you drill out those 36 holes. And maybe you put a cleco clamp every 3 holes. Then you don't put the rivets in the holes yet. Then you take a drill hole deburring tool. Deburring tool. DEBURRING, deburring tool, which looks like kind of like a pen, but it has like an arm on the end of it, and it turns, and it does by hand. So then you take all the cleco clamps off, and you put the skin on a rug on your bench or on cardboard, and then you deburr all the holes, because when you drill through, you made a burr on the inside of the skin. Then you take a deburring bit and you do the outside of the frame, and then you take the deburring tool and put it in the frame and deburr it. Now you have an inside deburrer which puts a bevel on the inside of the rivet hole, and then on the outside you took the fine, it's only 10 thousandths of an inch. What you're deburring off is 10 thousandths, 15 thousandths of an inch. And then you deburr the skin, and then you put the skin back on, and then you might start your rivet process. Now, depending on what type of rivets. Now, if they're flush rivets, then you have to, after you do your cleco clamps, then you bevel down on a 45-degree angle. Now, why am I telling you all of this? I'm telling you all of this to show you how they build aircraft, how technical it is to build the skin of an aircraft. And then you look at the picture of my thumbnail, and you look at the picture I'm about to show you, and you say, they went to the moon in this? I don't think so. So all of that work is done Dr. Yen Lo took in a stealth fighter and took footage. Maybe there's more to that comment. Maybe I just saw that. Hey, welcome to the machine, Dr. Yen Lo. Okay. Where are we here? Okay, we'll wait for the rest of that man's... Okay, so I'm gonna bring this tab over here. See, this is another thing, you guys on YouTube, that you're not capable of. Look at me. Look at me. You people out there that pretend to be bloggers, or you pretend to be vloggers, whatever it is that you want to call yourself. You're not. You're not. You don't do any research. You just get on YouTube and run your gums for 45 minutes, mostly hate speech. And you expect people to give you money, and they do because it's drama. But you don't do any. Where are the people, the haters, the biggest haters on YouTube? Where is their content? Do they have anything that they've ever shown you? Anything they've ever done? They show you a picture of a drill and maybe some brackets. I'm going to put those brackets on the wall. But they don't show you them doing it. Why? Because they have their reasons, but they don't show you them doing work. They can't explain to you how to do the job. Canny Ford. Canny. Hey, Canny, thanks for stopping by. I forget. There's a lot of people I have. Thank you very much for reminding me. Canny Ford. Now, Canny Ford was a member of my Patreon community for a long time. Thank you for that. So, you people don't have blogs? We had a fellow on here yesterday. We have seemed that the earth had something, had some deleted message again. All right, I'll let you finish that. So, you people have no content. You can't come on YouTube and just talk without giving people some information about something. And or you can, but don't call yourself bloggers. You don't give any information out. And to J. Dal, who writes 3,872 word comments, which you're welcome to do. J. Dal, I wouldn't be interested in that girl that you said in your comment for me to hook up with somehow. That girl interests me about as much as if someone said to me, Michael, do you want to become a heroin addict? I would say, no, thank you. That's how much that girl interests me. Now, you know who I'm talking about, and I'm not going to say who I'm talking about. But I watched, she has people totally mesmerized. I would never, ever, ever consider even contacting her. She has nothing, there is nothing in her persona, in her personality, in her blogs. There's nothing about that girl that would interest me at all. Why you would even put me and her together in the same sentence. But thanks, though, for looking out for me. But I know who she is since day one. She's very successful, but her and me, no. That would never happen. I have my viewpoint on what a woman should be, and she doesn't even come close. But thanks for the thought. So moving back, I know J. Dal watches my videos. So my point is that you bloggers that come on and you never show anything ever. The guy yesterday that came on, you're too cheap. You couldn't afford 250 pesos to go to Octon Cave. Well, the cave was closed. I said the cave is closed. I said it was closed when I was there. No, you're a liar. That's not content. Calling me a liar when no one's ever proven me to be a liar? Does anybody think that I just said I worked for Fairchild Industries on ship number 1 through 36 and that I lied about it? Want to wager some big money? Big money. On that, want to wager? You want to wager? And you want to wager that my partner's name was Tommy Joskowski? And you want to wager that I did that? I mean, does anybody think I'm lying about? Does anybody think I'm lying about how to put a skin on an A-10A or any aircraft? You people can never prove me wrong because I don't lie. So you people that come on, he's a liar. No, you are a fool for believing that I'm a liar. You're a fool to believe that other people... There was another guy last week that did a 3-hour hit piece on me, calling me a fraud and a coward and a liar. And that's not true. And that made him look like the biggest fool on YouTube. And that's factual. That is factual. So when you come on a show and try to make me out to be a liar or a fraud or saying something that I said is not true, you're going to end up on the dirty end of the stick. That's for sure. Because what I just told you about Fairchild Industries, that's true. What I told you about how to put the skin on an airplane is because I know. When I tell you I'm an A&P jet mechanic and some clown comes on and says Cessnas are not jets. Well, I know the difference between a Cessna and a jet. That's not the point. You come on and say some of the stupidest things. And then I say, back it up. Show me the licenses that you have, that you can look up that I had or have. You can't prove me wrong. You can't prove me to be a liar. And when you tried to do it, the 2 or 3 people that tried to do it in the last few weeks, you look like fools. And if you betray my trust, which is what I put in a community post this morning, if you betray my trust, you will never have the benefit of even apologizing to me. I'm not interested. When you betray someone's trust, we're done. Now, years ago, 30 years ago, I would let something like that slide. But today, an adult betraying another adult's trust, not acceptable. It's not forgivable. It's not excusable. You might be able to move past it, but it'll never happen again. So, you people out there that call yourself bloggers with no content other than blah, blah, blah on your page. Look at my Hoodwinked by an Angel page. Thousands of videos of me doing construction jobs all over New York, barge work, crane work, pile driving work, dock builders union work, deck building work, bulkhead building work, thousands of videos and pictures all over. And you're saying I don't know about construction? Yeah, I just owned a barge and a crane and a pile driver and a tugboat and a self-propelled barge. I just owned that because I bought it so I could say I owned it. I don't know anything about it. You have any understanding of how smart and how much work it is to own a barge and a crane and a pile driver and a high-pressure, high-volume Rupp Gorman pump and a 4-cylinder 500-amp Miller welder and a 35-ton diesel Lorraine crane or a 6-ton Bantam crane or a 25-ton gasoline crane? Do you have any idea how much knowledge and how much of a mechanic? No, you don't. But you'll say that Fazio doesn't know anything about cranes or barges or tugboats. He never owned an ocean racer. You people are stupid. It's easy enough to look up. It's easy enough to wager me $10,000. You never owned an ocean racer, and then I'll go get the registration and show it to you. But it's going to cost you $10,000. I don't have to show it to you for free. You never owned a Cobra? You got to wager some money. Cobra, I'll do it for $1,000. Because it was a lot cheaper than the ocean racer. But anyway, moving on. So you people that call yourself bloggers, you're not bloggers. You people that challenge me on anything, go ahead. Put some money where your mouth is. Do I see people giving me money for my effort on YouTube? No. You'd rather give money to an alcoholic or a drug addict. But you don't give me money. So don't expect me to be your friend on YouTube. Don't expect me to be nice to you. You can't come on my page and abuse me or make a video about me and abuse me and expect me to accept that. I'm not going to accept that. And the piece of garbage that makes fun of me but won't wager me big money on whether or not I'm telling the truth is a fraud, a complete fraud. And that person, those people, those group of people that put me down, none of them have any real skill sets in construction that we've seen. Maybe they know how to, I don't know what they know how to do. You've never seen anything. I saw a guy tell me how he was going to trim a tree in a video 2 weeks ago. They call it a widowmaker when a tree is leaning on another tree and it's on an angle like that, and you're talking about like a 10-inch trunk tree. They're dangerous cutting that. The guy didn't cut it right. And he's out there making a video how to cut what they call a widowmaker, a tree, because it kills you when you make a mistake. And he's out there being a total fraud on YouTube. He got a lot of views too. But anyway, moving back. So how do I know they didn't build a lunar lander that went to the moon? Well, look at this thing. It's a piece of junk. It's an absolute piece of junk. It's made out of tinfoil and paper mache. And they say this weighs the numbers are in the bottom down here. I'll give you the link. 8,500 pounds. That's a lot of weight for a piece of junk like this, number one. I don't believe it, number two. I don't believe that this much, this small, it could be. And then they say inside here is a 10,000 horsepower, 10,000 pounds of thrust engine. No, I don't believe that. Because over here, we have the MiG-21 ramjet right here. And that only puts out in normal operating mode, 12,000 pounds of thrust, 16,000 pounds to get it up to Mach 2. And I don't know what the weight of that is, doesn't say. But that engine is bigger. Let's see if we can find that out. How much does it weigh? I'd have to look up the MiG-22 engine weight. W-E-I-G-H-T in kilograms. The whole MiG-22 only weighed 10 tons, 20,000 pounds. But the engine, it doesn't say. I'd have to look that up. Either way, Nobody went to the moon in this piece of junk. All right, where are we? Okay. Okay, nobody went to the moon and landed on the moon in this piece of junk that's made out of tin foil, mylar. Mylar is the stuff they make balloons out of. This is the same material that they make helium balloons or balloons for children out of. Now, proof that we didn't go to the moon in this piece of junk, the lunar module, in this piece of garbage, is that over here is supposed to be a 10,000 pound thrust engine. Okay? Now, with that said, the jet if you saw what a 10,000 horsepower thrust power jet engine can do, it would make a hole. Let's get back over here. It would make a hole in the ground if it landed on dirt. Let's say it landed on dirt. To drop a 10,000 pound with the men inside, 10,000 pounds, it would make a hole in the dirt 3 to 4 feet wide and 4 or 5 feet deep, even in 1/6 gravity. Because you got to remember it was descending at quite the rate of speed. But these pads here, number one, why we didn't go to the moon in this piece of junk. Here is the 10,000 pound thrust engine, and here it landed on the moon. And if you go to a lunar shot of this lander on the moon, there's no indentation and no depression at all. Nothing. The dust on the moon is not even moved. There's no dust in the landing pads. And to prove even further, the guy who landed on the moon, who was supposed to take one giant step for mankind, all that nonsense, he was right here inside the lunar lander, in here. He was right here. And the motor, they call a rocket engine a motor, the motor was right here. And he was talking about the Eagle descending down to the lunar surface in a normal conversational voice when he had a 10,000 horsepower motor rocket right here. You couldn't hear the rocket engine. You couldn't feel any vibration in the machine. There was no vibration. There was no noise. And he was just talking, the Eagle has landed, with no rocket engine noise at all. Nothing. No dust under the lander. No dust on the pads. That's not possible. Let's see if we can get you... that's not possible. You can look at it, and then NASA lost the technology to make that piece of junk? They lost the technology? Well, how hard could it be to fabricate another piece of junk that looks just like that? I mean, the thing is a piece of junk. It nobody. I saw it at the Houston Space Center. I saw that a mock-up of a representation, a fabrication of what it looked like. I don't know if that was that one or another one that looked like it, but they had a mock-up at the Houston Space Center. That's another thing. You people have never gone anywhere in life, but anyway. And at the Houston Space Center, I went there, and I spent the day there, did the Battleship Texas. That's all there is to do in Houston. Battleship Texas and the Houston Space Center. But you look at it and say, no, there's no way that piece of junk. There's one at the Smithsonian. You're right about that. Oh, they moved it to eventually they moved it to the Smithsonian Institute. I read about that. So when I looked at it, I'm going, there's no way that went to the moon. Then there was a guy in the crowd. I don't know what the guy's name was. I don't know who the guy was. Stronger cold. The thing's a piece of junk. So I'm looking at it, and I was like, I don't know. I went there in 87, so that would have made me about 33, 34 years old. There's no way that. So I'm looking at it, and I took some pictures of it. I have those pictures somewhere. There's a guy standing next to me going, that thing never went to the moon. And I'm going, I don't see how it could. And we talked about Mylar is the same stuff the first aid blankets are made of. Yeah, they're 2 or 3 thousandths of an inch, a millimeter. It's like a Mylar. The person that's making comments is correct. Byte 008. Mylar is about the same thickness as a hefty trash bag. About the same thickness, but it's shinier and it's much stronger. But it's not something. Why would you make a spaceship out of that junk? Not only it's not even pulled tight. And so this fellow Byte 008, he knows what he's talking about, because they're saying, Byte, I did that research last week. Yes, Byte is correct. The thermosphere is where they say that the space shuttle has low Earth orbit, and the thermosphere is a place above the flat Earth that ranges in temperature from somewhere between a few hundred degrees up to 3,800 degrees. And no material withstands that. So Byte has given you actual facts that there's no space shuttle orbiting in low Earth orbit, in the thermosphere. They call it the thermosphere because therm means temperature. And it's the temperature of the thermosphere is on average at about 2,000 degrees. Depending on the day and the solar wind, whatever that brings the temperature up or down to, it's impossible. There are so many things that are impossible to wrap your head around. So thank you, Byte. And you're welcome to post anything you like. If you post a link, I'll okay the link as well. So it's impossible to have a spaceship orbiting in the thermosphere. Not possible. And it's impossible for satellites to orbit in a Clark orbit in the thermosphere or outside the thermosphere in a Clark orbit, which I think is 250 miles above the Earth, because there's nothing teaching you people physics from my bench, from my box here in the Philippines. The fact that you didn't go take physics, the fact you don't understand physics. When I try to explain this stuff to people in real life, not Filipinos, because that's not in their pay grade, but Americans, when I try to explain this stuff to people, that you can't have propulsion in a vacuum. It just doesn't work. Now, not the way it does in an atmosphere. Now, can you have propulsion in a vacuum? I've seen videos where they put a rocket engine in a vacuum, and basically the rocket engine propulsion is pushing against its own exhaust gases. But it requires dozens of times more fuel to make 1/10 the amount of thrust. So going back to me in the Houston Space Center, looking at that piece of junk, there's a fella standing next to me, and we were talking, that thing didn't go to, nothing that, and he goes, not only didn't it go to the moon, but on the other side of the Houston Space Center. Now, the Houston Space Center is huge. It's a big, big museum. It has entire rockets inside the building. And I'll make a little side note here. Every store, every Frankfurter shop, every popcorn stand, every hamburger store, every souvenir shop, every shop to buy Houston paraphernalia, every single one in the entire building was owned by a Chinese vendor. Every one. Every vendor in the Houston Space Center was owned by a Chinese vendor. This goes back into the 80s. Now, the fella that I'm standing next to, he says to me, not only didn't they go there, but the lunar rover that was supposed to mount on to the LEM doesn't fit by 2 feet. So we talked about it, and they had the lunar LEM on one side of the museum and the lunar rover on the other side of the museum, because at that time they were to scale models, because they had to be, because the specifications were posted. But the lunar LEM, the lunar rover, did not fit on the LEM. It wasn't capable of being mounted to the LEM. However, it wasn't capable. I forgot. But it wasn't physically attachable, and to make the unit work, and I forgot what the reason was, but that's what the fella told me. And then I remember reading about that years later. That's why they kept them separate. Let me see the comments. I'm going to my home page. Give me a moment here. My computer is, what a piece of junk this computer is. Asbestos. It looked like asbestos. I can't get my page to pop up here. Oh, this is amazing. What a piece of junk. This Lenovo computer is just such a piece of junk. I'm going to have to click on this link, and then I'm going to have to click on that link. I got to go to 3 things to get to my page, because my computer won't open up the video that I'm working on right now. How is this possible? How is this possible to buy a computer? What a piece of junk this Lenovo 3 is. I can't get, I can't open up the page from my live stream. It flashes on the screen, and then it flashes off the screen. Okay, something's opening up. And now It's doing something else. No, look at this. It won't. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I'm bringing this all the way up to the top, and okay. All right. Stop. So byte 008 says, I saw the cross-section of that capsule. You're talking about the paneling that the men sat in. Yes, I've seen that somewhere. And it's like 3/8 of an inch thick, sandwiched between, with aluminum covered with a gold blanket. Aluminum foil with a gold blanket. Yeah, yes. It could have been asbestos, says byte 008. Yeah. And the computer that they used at that time was 8 megabytes. Yeah, they couldn't have done this. They could not have done this. There are so many reasons why they couldn't do this. There's just so many reasons. It's not just any one reason. And let's get back. Shut that off. And we'll shut this off. Okay, we leave this one open. So the panels that byte 008 is talking about are these panels either here with the gold or these aluminum panels up here where 2 men were supposed to be stationed inside here. Now there's another piece of information that just doesn't bode well with the landing of these landing pads from this rocket engine not having any dirt on it in the original shots on the Apollo moon landing. I'll find that. I'll find that now. I'll find it. I'll do some research for you, okay? Because you people are incapable of doing it yourselves, and you want to make fun. Apollo lunar landing pictures, 1969. Let's try that. Okay. All right. So now these pictures are copyright free, by the way. NASA gives you all the pictures you want for free because they're brainwashing people to believe this nonsense. Okay. It's waiting for the page to... It's a lot of... we're not responding. Okay. Okay. So right here... That's not what I wanted. See, now it just did something I didn't ask it to do. It opened up a video. It's not what I asked for. I asked for pictures, and it opened up a video. Okay, so let's go here. Let's go here. Now, they also lost all of these original pictures. And they lost them because they know that if you were to review these pictures with today's technology, you would see for a fact that it was totally fraudulent. And now I can't get the picture. See what it says here? It says pictures. And now it keeps sending me over to that video, okay? All right. Let's see what we could do here. No, can't get that. Oh my God, this. This computer I have is a perfect piece of junk. Okay. Let's get the lander. Yeah. Oh, how can we do this? If this goes to the video, then that's the problem. Oh. Look, you see his footprint there? It made dust from just the weight of a human being. But on the lunar lander, there's no dust on the pads. None. They didn't even bother to throw some on later on, because when they got out of the ship in Houston, Texas, or in the desert, wherever it was, they forgot to put dirt on the lunar pads. So then the next 5 visits to the moon, they had to leave the pads with no dirt on it. All right, so we're not going to be able to find it. That's amazing. We'll find another picture. Okay, here's the picture I had before, which I don't need that picture anymore. Lunar lander pictures. Okay, so this is, the whole thing was a hoax. Now, not only that, now we'll talk about how much fuel. Now, Wernher von Braun, the father of modern rocketry, along with Robert H. Goddard, said, by his calculations, if the moon was 238,000 miles away from Earth, it would need enough fuel to fill up 2 Empire State Buildings. 2 of them. So, because if there's a vacuum in space, and then gave birth to an $18 million Jeep, right? $18 million for that dune buggy, right? Von Braun's tombstone says it all. Can you put on what his tombstone says, please? I forgot, but I know it's a famous quote. Wernher von Braun said that if it was possible, and it was a big if, to get to the moon, if it was possible, you'd need a fuel cell twice the size of the Empire State Building. Literally, that's how big the fuel cell would be. The size of the Empire State Building, twice Psalm 19:1. Okay, let's take a look at that. I remember it was something unique, but I don't remember what it was. Thanks for reminding me. So let's look up Psalm 19:1. We're looking up Psalm 19:1 because Wernher von Braun was the person who they conferred with to get to the moon. All right, let me just hold on a minute. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night and day they display knowledge. There is no speech or language where their voice is not heard. That's interesting. The heavens declare the glory of God. The skies proclaim the work of his hands. Which means God created the skies. The sky would be between the earth and the heavens. The heavens are those little luminescent discs, pictures that you see in the sky that no one has ever been to. Supposedly some of them are 1,000,000 times bigger than our sun, but no one's ever been there. Day after day they pour forth speech. Night after night they display knowledge. There is no speech or language where their voice is not heard. So God created the heavens and the skies. I like that. So he knew the truth. He knew the truth that there was some force, energy, God-like being that created all of this for us in this world. Now, what they want you to believe with this Big Bang Theory is that there was no God, it's all a mistake, and they want you to eliminate God from the equation. And that's why they took Bible study out of public schools. That's why they're teaching alternate lifestyles to children from kindergarten upwards. That's a big thing in the papers now, that politics of Ron DeSantis, he wants to have children's books strictly between the ages of kindergarten and third grade to be about education. The 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic. They're taking all that away from the children, and they're teaching alternate lifestyles, which does not give them a good head start in learning how to live life. It confuses them. So what is Psalms 19 in the King's Version? Yes, byte 000. The earth as the firmament that cannot be, the immovable firmament that's set on 4 pillars. Yeah, I've read the Bible multiple times. The Bible is a book that was not written by man. It is certainly, in my opinion, it is certainly inspired. But I do believe that most of the Bible is part of a story that goes from a beginning to an end of times, like we have now. Not that this is the end of times, but a chronological order of things. And then when it all gets wiped out, they do it again. I believe that they do this multiple times. I believe that 50,000 years ago there were civilizations more advanced than we are now, and they wipe them out and they start again. That's what I believe. But the Bible is just one of many stories. Now, I can't show you this book. I can't show you. If I showed you what was in this book, they would strike my channel down right now. Scott Del Fuego will attest to that. If I showed you what was inside this book, as far as the story of Adam and Eve and the civilization of Nod back when Adam and Eve were born. Okay, you've got to go, Michael. Thank you for stopping by. Which account do you want me to unblock? What is the account? I'll keep it in mind next time I go. What is? You can write the name down, because you have some good information. I'll be happy to unblock you. Sometimes I block people, sometimes other people block people. But this book here, and I'm not quoting anything in today's dissertation. Nothing that I quoted out of this book. If I started quoting stuff out of this book, that will take my channel down today, before the live stream ends. Because this book goes against all the Bible, all of the Kabbalah, all of the Jewish tradition. And I believe it to be more true than the Bible and all the books in the Bible. And that book goes back to the time of Nod, N-O-D. And you won't hear about the time of Nod and the time of Cain and Abel, and where that book gives you a description of where different peoples from this world came from. And they don't pull any punches. There's that religion inside that book, which I don't read. I haven't opened up that book in 5 years because I read it a few times and that's enough. But there's a whole religion out there, a whole entire philosophy underground that's big, millions of people that believe that white people came from a civilized planet or flat plane from another galaxy. Then they believe that Chinese people came from a different civilization, from a different plane or planet. And they believe that the different cultures of the world came from different parts of the galaxy and or space. And they're serious about that. They asked me to join up. I would not. I don't really have much to do with organized anything. But there was a fella that came to my house every day for maybe 4 or 5 days in a row. Actually, that fella was a major reporter for the New York Times. Actually, he was his job. And he gave me the information that book existed, and then he gave me the book. First, he talked about whether or not I would believe anything like that. And being that I had a good understanding of history, then he asked me to become part of his organization, which I declined. But there's a whole group of people out there that believe that each civilization in this world came from a different part of the galaxy. Now, Psalms 19:1, which Werner von Braun had on his tombstone, he believed in God. At the end of the day, I think he was a Nazi scientist. At the end of the day, he believed in God. And that he believed that the earth was flat. And he believed that we couldn't even go to space, but if it was possible, we would need the amount of fuel to fill up 2 Empire State Buildings. So a kilometer high, and as big as the Empire State Building is, would be the fuel tank we would need to get to the moon. Only to the moon, not back. Now, I'm going to go through the longest debate in YouTube, in history, since YouTube's inception, was an argument back and forth whether or not space travel was even possible. And it went on for years. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of comments and scientists talking. And it was just one person would give up and 3 more people would get on the tread. And the argument was this. In a vacuum, well, when a jet takes off, the propellant pushes against the atmosphere. Air has weight, air has molecules, air has density. When a jet takes off, it pushes against the density of the air. But in space, there's supposed to be a vacuum, which is nonsense. So in a vacuum, how do you have propulsion if you're pushing against nothing? Just nothing there to push against. So you can't have an equal and opposite reaction because there's nothing there to push against. So the liars at NASA say that the propulsion that comes out of the rocket engines outside the rocket engine initially has no thrust. But after that, the thrust is pushing against the thrust that has no thrust. Try to wrap your head around that. There's nothing to push against, but it's outside the capsule now. Now you push against what's outside the capsule in a vacuum that's still pushing against nothing. Now, you want to hear how insane the people at NASA are about this? They created an engine. These people get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to come up with this garbage. They created the atomic engine that doesn't work by making steam. No. This is true. NASA scientists came up with this engine, how they could go from one part of space to another. They have a spaceship. It's big. Oh, God, it's big. It's a big ship. It's the mothership. And in the back of the spaceship, this is true. This is a true story. In the back of the spaceship is a big round nozzle. And they take a nuclear bomb, a real nuclear bomb, a small one, but a nuclear bomb. And they put it in that chamber and they blow it up. And it shoots out exhaust. And the pressure from the blowing of the nuclear bomb up blows out the back, and that creates the thrust. This is true. You could look up nuclear spaceships. And in that spaceship, they have thousands of nuclear bombs. Thousands of them. That's why I said this thing is big. And each time they want to propel themselves forward, they shoot off another nuclear bomb. So it's like a conveyor belt, like a bullet, like the bullets in a Gatling gun, one after the other. Boom, 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 and it gets the rocket fire. This is how stupid some of these concepts are. This is a real theory. It's called a nuclear spaceship. And they blow up nuclear bombs in the back. I don't know where the radiation goes. This is true. And these people make $250,000, $300,000. That's $6,000 a week to sit there and think this crap up. It's an amazing thing. The world is an amazing place. Okay, so let's get back to my page here. And we'll see if anybody has anything to say right now. See now the video that I had up with my page on it disappeared. And I'm not even getting, I'm not even able to see my live stream now. It just disappeared. I see my home page. I see Rabbi Drew Barker at Mr. Pickles. Here we are. Okay. I had to refresh the page. Green clay. Okay. In space, no one can hear you scream. That's a famous movie line, Scott. In space, no one can hear you scream. I remember that line. I don't remember the name of the movie. Space, no one can hear you scream. That's a famous movie line, Scott. In space, no one can hear you scream. I remember that line. I don't remember the name of the movie. Yeah, so, yeah, these people come up with some crazy stuff, but none of it's true. We didn't go to the moon. Not in that. We may have, probably did go to the moon in alien reversed engineered stuff. And the reason that I went out on a limb there before and said that they destroy civilizations and then bring them back and then destroy them and is because of the Great Pyramid, actually, because of that. Because there's some anomalies that don't add up in this flat Earth. Okay, so First of all, no one knows how or who made the Great Pyramid. No one could replicate it in at all. We couldn't build the Great Pyramid. Even today, we couldn't build it. Maybe we could, but probably not. And it would take so much resources that we couldn't do it. And we certainly couldn't do it in 20 years that they said it was built in. That's for sure. So the Great Pyramid has a socle, S-O-C-U-A-L, a socle at the bottom of the Great Pyramid. I think the socles are 762.4 feet. I don't remember every number. So the socle of the Great Pyramid is the base of the Great Pyramid from corner to corner, from what would have been the original corner. Mike Dowdy says, besides fuel for the rocket, where is their liquid oxygen stored? You must have oxygen to make combustion. Well, Michael, that's... rocket fuel is a combination of a propellant and oxygen. The rocket fuel itself has the oxygen mixed in with the fuel. Picture the rocket fuel like a paste, which it's almost like a paste. And inside the paste are molecules or pieces of oxygen. And when the paste burns, the oxygen allows it to burn. That's how rocket fuel is made. It's made out of different components. Hydrazine, kerosene. If I remember correctly, hydrazine, kerosene, and oxygen propellant. 3 parts, or those are the major parts. So, but that's good that you asked that question, because where does the oxygen come from? It comes from the fuel itself. So, the socle on the Great Pyramid, I think it's 762 feet. All right, so this is why I'm telling you that people, otherworldly aliens, people from other worlds, people that from this world that are billions of years old, not millions of years old, have controlled this world for billions of years. Because the socle of the Great Pyramid at 762 feet square, in one, if you take 2 sockles, 2 corners, two stretches of the bottom of the Great Pyramid, well, that comes out to 1,534 feet, if I'm right. So, and that amount of feet is how much the supposed rotation of the Earth at 1,038 miles an hour turns. So in 1 second, the Earth is supposed to rotate the equivalent of two baselines of the Great Pyramid, 2 sockles. So if the Earth is flat, then the Earth doesn't rotate, number 1. And number 2, if the Earth is flat, then the people who came up with the size and rotation of the Earth were given that information by beings that have lived on this planet for billions or millions of years and control this world. And they built it into the Great Pyramid as part of a much bigger plan, just like the Illuminati controls our monetary system with the Bank of England, just like the United States government controls the war machine. These aliens control us and all of it, everything that it is. So they've given you, in numerology and the size of the sockles of the great base of the Great Pyramid, 1 second of the Earth's rotation equals 2 lengths of the base of the Great Pyramid. Now, if that's correct, then that means that somebody's been messing with your head for millions of years or tens of thousands of years. Now, why can't they tell you how old the Great Pyramid is? They say they know. They don't. If they do know, they're not telling you. Do you know that we knew for a fact there was a chamber under the Great Pyramid 50 years ago? But they say they never went in the chamber. Why? Why is it they never went in? Why did they say they knew about it 50 years ago? Why was it written about? Why was it known for thousands of years and they never went in it? They're lying to you. Okay, Scott says they carry a two-part fuel, which would be hydrazine and kerosene, and the oxidator, okay, could be separate, could be mixed in with the fuel, I guess whichever one gives the best combustion, but I know that it carries its own combustible material, oxygen. Thank you, Scott. So these people have been lying to you about everything. They never went to the moon in that piece of junk that you see in the thumbnail. They never went to the moon in that piece of junk. And they certainly didn't do it 6 times. And they never did that any dust from the rocket engine. I'm going to do a live stream one day. You know, it's been raining here since December 21st. So what does that add up to? It's 6 weeks, yeah? No, that's 7 weeks. 8 weeks would be February 21st. Yeah, that's 7 weeks. That's 49 days. It rained 41 or 42 days out of 49 days. It rained 41 days and in December I made a live stream saying I bet you they're going to make it rain 40 days and 40 nights. So far today would be day 41 where it's raining outside. They control the weather now. They control the monetary system now. Now we have to take our phones. You're going to see a lot less trolling on YouTube in a few months. I said this years ago. I hope they make us register the phones and our internet to our person. And now they're doing it. I'll give you an update on that. Sometime before March, you have to register your cell phone. You have to register it. And here's how you do it. So I'll give you a piece of information that no one seems to be talking about. You have to take your cell phone, and I have 4 cards, 2 Globe and 2 Smart. One is for the drone. My Apple phone is for the drone, but I have a Globe card in it. And one is for my daily use. You have to take your Globe phone, you have to take your cell phones with the card in the cell phone. Doesn't have to be the cell phone you use, but you have to register the card. And you have to take that cell phone and the Globe card to a Globe office. Have to do this now, or you lose your phone number. And in order to register it, you need your passport. Foreigners need to bring their passport to the Globe office with you. They are cracking down on the internet and people trolling people and making threats and things like that. Now that's Globe. Smart, you have to go. There's no other way to do this other than to go to the municipality building, the Capitol building, near the ICM Mall. And you have to bring your smartphone and your cards and your passport and go there to register your smartphone and your smart card. Although I think at some point they said it was possible to do on the internet. but I'm not sure if it's both or one or the other. But you have to show your passport either way, whether it's on the internet or in person. You have to bring your government ID for Philippines people, and foreigners need to bring their passport. He can't. He can't do it. He can't register. He doesn't have identification. Benny Hill, I always wonder that if aliens were so advanced, why would they have built the pyramids out of stone and not some of their superior materials? Well, I don't. That was what was available. You don't know how long aliens live, or how maybe they live for 100 years or 1,000 years, but it was probably built with alien technology. That I believe for sure, because again, the sockles of the Great Pyramid, 2 sockles adds up to 1 second of the Earth's rotation, but the Earth doesn't rotate. So they planned all of this long before. The Earth, I don't believe the Earth rotates 1,000 miles at the equator. I don't believe it. I'm sorry. You look up in the sky on a clear day, some clouds are going north to west, north to south, some are going south to west, some are going southeast, some are going northwest, northeast. If the Earth was spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, most of the air would be going in the same direction. But moving past that, why wouldn't the aliens build out of their advanced materials? I don't know. That's a good question, but in order to transport 70-ton stones of block, and that's not a big stone for the Great Pyramid. Some of them to go up to 100 tons. Some of them are 200 tons. I'm in construction my whole life. I operate heavy equipment since 1981. So that's 42 years I operate heavy equipment. Do you understand what 100 tons is? 100 tons, to move 100 tons, and then to move it 500 miles? How? Without trucks, how can they move 100 tons up a hill? The ramp would have to be a mile long, and then how would they get it up? And how did they quarry it? You don't know. You have no idea what it's like to see 100-ton something. 100 tons is a lot of weight. Now, do we have stuff that will pick up 100 tons? Pick it up, straight up. Yes, we have. We have cranes. We have 18-part, 1.5-inch cable, 18 parts, that you could put a sling around and pick up 100 tons. And that's all you can do with it. Just pick it up. You can't move it. Now, do they have cradles? Yeah, they have cradles on dollies, tracks, or rubber wheels even, that could pick up 100 tons and move it, pick it up here and move it here. But not 500 miles across desert sand. And we only just came up with that equipment just 100 years ago, maybe 70 years ago. 100-ton, 70-ton stone has to be picked up, has to be quarried and finished to the polished measurements of glass, using micrometers down to thousandths of an inch. And then it has to be picked up and put in place at the 300-foot height. So you'd need a boom that would have to be not just 300 feet long, but maybe 1,000 feet long to pick it up and put it on there. And you'd need 250 tons of counterweights on the crane to keep the crane from tipping over. Physically, it's not possible to do with the equipment that we have today in any short period of time. Now, could we do that? Yeah, but they'd have to build a ramp up the pyramid and then move the equipment up the ramp as we went along. You're talking about a project that would require almost all the resources of all heavy equipment, all the big heavy equipment in the whole world to get together, all coordinated and with measurements and sizes, and did they have to have quarries hundreds of miles away? It's not possible. It's not possible. And yet everybody has a theory. I have a theory. They did it with technology that we forgot about, doesn't exist yet, or has existed an alien technology, but not slave labor. They didn't do it with slave labor. All right, then we have more rain. It's raining more. I'll show you. Show you the rain. Look at this rain. Non-stop rain every day. Non-stop rain. 49 days. Excuse me, 7 times 7 is 49. 49 days, 41 days of rain. Just like that, all day and all night. All day and all night. It might stop raining for an hour and the sun will come out, and then we'll have a typhoon. I mean, after I shut the live stream off yesterday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, we had a typhoon. Well, I'll show you what the typhoon did yesterday. All that green. All the green on the ground over there, those are the leaves from the tree. See the tree? See where it's missing the leaves? See the holes in that tree where there's no leaves? 2 days ago, that tree, you couldn't see through it. So the typhoon that we had yesterday blew 20% of all the leaves off of all the trees over there. It takes a lot of wind, and now those leaves were green leaves. They're not like seasonal leaves where they fall off. And then there was the sun broke out yesterday, and the men that live over there cleaned it up somewhat. And then the trucks going back and forth dissolved some of it. And yeah, look, you hear the rain. Flying circus, objecting, inserting some comedy, I see. The aliens are coming here to meet Filipino pen pals like we all did. I didn't come here for that, but I did do it. I participated in the festivities for the first couple of years. I came here because the water temperature is 75 to 82 degrees all year, and you could swim and snorkel and dive here all year. But I didn't come here. I had a girl that I was supposed to meet, Mila. She never showed up at the airport. She didn't show up she showed up on Valentine's Day morning of 2014. She was supposed to meet me at the airport January 10th. Never heard from her. Never talked to her again. I talked to her for a year and a half. She didn't show up at the airport, and she didn't answer my messages. And it was Valentine's Day morning. I got a message from Mila. She wanted to come and see me. And I met her at she came to the Golden Prince Hotel where I was staying, because I didn't have a date. And I met her. Didn't work out, but that's besides the point. The women here are not so reliable to meet you when they say they're going to meet you. Now, she was a nice enough girl, but she wanted to get married right away. I mean, like in 3 weeks. And she told me that. She goes, look, if I'm going to stay with you, I need to be married. It's a good plan, just not my plan. And that was the end of... I ended up seeing her about 1.5 years after that. She came here to the Stanley House for a couple of days in 2015. She was a wonderful girl, but again, she told me she wanted to get married. And we never got married. So Michael Dowdy with the humor, throwing a little humor in there. I don't know how they're gonna. If you don't have a passport, you cannot register your cell phone card without a passport. Not possible. So anybody who doesn't have a passport is going to lose their YouTube account. Maybe they did not have access to bulk alien materials on Earth. That's reasonable, Scott. Maybe that, I was going to say that, but, that's common sense, which Scott has a lot of. How would they build the pyramid? Who asked the question, why didn't they build the pyramids out of space-age material? Who asked that question? Benny Hill. So, Benny Hill, do you know how big the pyramids are? There's 1.2 million blocks. I forgot how many millions of tons. The amount of rock inside the Great Pyramid is millions of tons. Where would they get, even if we said, well, okay, we're going to build a pyramid out of what? Metal? We wouldn't be able to manufacture 1 million tons. No, more than 2.4 million tons. Where would we get 2.4 million tons of metal from? Or aluminum, bauxite. We wouldn't be able to do that. So it's a silly question. It's a good question, but where would they get that much material? Doesn't exist. Scott, thank you for that. That's common sense, but I didn't want to. So, now, Mike Dowdy, you are an instigator. You are, Mike. They ask for a return ticket home online if you don't have permanent resident visa, and the SIM's only good until the visa expires. I don't know what that means, Michael. What does... I think you're missing some words out of the sentence. They ask for a return ticket home. Oh, online. If you don't have a permanent resident visa, and the SIM's only good until the visa expires. Oh, yeah? So what are you saying? That your 2-month visa, you have to have a plane ticket back if you renew your visa every 2 months? I don't think so. They ask for a... Explain that a little better, Michael. I hate when I have to figure out encrypted messages. They being who? The Bureau of Immigration? They being the Philippines government, okay? They ask for a return ticket home online if you don't have a permanent resident visa and the SIM's only good until the visa expires. The visa expires every 60 days. Make more sense of that, please. I don't understand what you're saying. Our 2-month visas are only good for 2 months. So they're going to ask us for a return ticket on top of that? On top of... registering it. I never heard that before. But if you can provide a link or provide a piece of information to that effect, it would be good to put it up here now, not later, not in another live stream, right now. Put it up where it says you have to have a return ticket, please. I don't understand what you said. Or maybe they were some homage to this planet. They needed materials from here. Yeah, I agree, Scott. Yeah. Levers and One Lonely Farmer. Yeah, you're coming in February. Hey, buddy, when and how can we get together? Michael, put that information up. Okay, I'll get back with that in a minute. Wes, I know you only have a few minutes. Hello, Teresa. Hello, William. Hello, Tim. Thanks for stopping by, Wes. When you know what? I'll send you a mail, and then we'll get that together. Maybe we could meet someplace that's convenient. Unless you want to come to the hall, that's up to you. But let me know, and then we'll do that. Wes, One Lonely Farmer, is he has a channel with 140,000 subscribers. He's a farmer. He's a working man, and he's a really smart dude when it comes to farming. I was watching the last video I was watching of yours the other night was about thatching the ground, and I'm going to myself, I'm not a farmer. I know what you're talking about, adding nitrogen to the soil. And I know that the vertical tiller takes the place of the farm animals walking around and eating and discharging on the mud. I'm listening to that. I'm going, if you had, but where do you get 10,000 cows to walk across 200 acres of land and then eat the foliage and then trample it down and then back into the, and I'm going to myself, why am I listening to this? It's interesting, but somebody said you could do it with cows, and then you said you had the vertical tiller. Just to let you know, I watch your stuff, and I was tired, and I'm going to my, I'm sitting here looking at it, why am I watching a show about theoretically finding 10,000 cows to eat hay, to trample it down, so that the waste material from the cows could be fertilizer for a cover crop next year? And I'm going to myself, no, I don't need I don't need to know any more about this. And I just shut the video off. I was exhausted, but it was fun to watch. It's raining like crazy again, Jay. Yes. So Jay, One Long Wes, just let me know. We'll or Wes, send me. I'll send you out a mail. Send me a Globe phone number. I can call any Globe cell number for free. I have this phone here. I can call Globe cell numbers free. So anybody that has a Globe number, just let me know. Mike Dowdy, it's best to go to the official register. Best to go to the official to register. Okay, so Michael is saying it's best to go to Globe. Any Globe office will register your Globe card, and the Capitol building is where they want you to register your smart. Okay, thanks, Michael. We're in Taiwan. Okay, well, that'd be great, man. I'm going to love that. I'm going to love that. Thanks, Wes. I'll send you a mail. I'll make a note. Okay, I made a note to send you a mail after this live stream. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, great. Okay, you're going to get, when you get a Globe card. Yep. And then I'll be able to call you unlimited amount of minutes. You don't even have to. What I would suggest, well, Teresa knows all about the cards, I think, but she's been gone for a while. You can buy a card and put like 100 pesos long term, where you only pay for each text that you make 1 or 2 pesos, 1 peso. But you got to be careful you don't dial a smart number. Because if you dial a smart number with your Globe, or a Globe number with your Globe, and you only have text and not text and talk, which you have to buy by the day or by the week, you burn up your credit. So they have a plan for 350 pesos. That would probably be good for you. It's called, a Globe has a plan, and Smart. For 350 pesos, you can get 3 hours of talk, phone conversations, and unlimited text to any network. So that's like $7. And that's the way I would go. Because if you're going to be texting people, or even back and forth to Teresa's family or where you live in, that's what I would suggest. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, Michael posted. I'm going to repost this 3 times for anybody in the chat, because it's important that you get your phone registered, because otherwise you lose your phone number. Now, my phone number I've had for 7 years, because I don't. But if you leave it empty for 60 days with no money in the bank, in the Global Smart Bank, you lose your phone number without a warning. There's no warning saying that in 48 hours, if you don't put a load in your phone, you're going to lose your number. Then you have to buy a new card and send out a message to 250 people that you're contacted with. So it really pays. You have to register it, and it has to be done, or they're going to just take your number away from you, and then you'll have to do it anyway. Foreign SIM end users may only use their registered SIMs for 30 days, but may avail of longer period by submitting an approved extended visa to their respective PTEs. In other words, they're screwing us a different way. I don't know what that means. It's too much information for me to deal with right now. I'll post it. Foreign SIM end users may only use their registered SIMs for 30 days, but may avail of longer period by submitting an approved extended visa to their respective PTEs. So in other words, you'd have to register your SIM card every 60 days, unless you got a 6-month extension. And that doesn't make any sense. They can't possibly make it that fucking hard. Yeah, Jay, I have a rainwater collection operation. Yes. Jay, I saw another one of your Dear Abby advice columns. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. The woman, the blogger that you recommend that I hook up with, she interests me exactly as much as I am interested in becoming a heroin addict, which I've never seen heroin. I never did heroin. I never saw it. I never even saw it in like a package, ever, not once. And that's how much that girl interests me. First of all. Number two, she is completely nothing that I would look for in a girl. Why? Because she's a blogger. She's not anything I would look for in a woman. So please, I don't know where you come up with these theoretical science exercises, but if there were 10,000 women in front of me, her, being that I know her, she'd be right at the bottom of the list. I know who she is. Doesn't interest. I've had people say, "Oh, oh, that's amazing." And if you think so, go ahead, go for it. I wouldn't be. I'm telling. If there were 10,000 women sitting in front of me, I know enough about her to know that she would not be. She'd be right at the bottom of the 10,000 people on the list. And I'm being serious. She doesn't interest me look-wise. Intellectually, she's very smart, but she doesn't interest me at all. Not one bit. Show me something that she's done when I watched her that's interesting, other than somehow she has this magical enticement over foreigners that are dumber than rocks. I have a friend of mine that says, "Oh man, if I could get to the Philippines, I'd want to date her." For what reason? For what reason would you want to date her? Oh, she speaks good English. J. Dow, please don't play Cupid with me. Thank you. Jeez. J. Dow, the man who makes 3,872 word commentaries, which is okay, because they're all intellectually done with perfect sentence structure, perfect punctuation, perfect paragraph structure, good information. But for me, if that girl begged me to come and meet her, I wouldn't even go there. Even if she said she was going to pay my way, I wouldn't go meet her. She doesn't interest me at all. Not that she's not pretty. She's pretty. She has a nice attitude. She's smart. But she doesn't interest me. I have my own theory about women, and she's not in my theoretical science class. J. Dow playing Cupid. That was funny. No, we're not gonna talk about my dream girl. Thank you very much. First of all, she'd have to know how to scuba dive. Okay, number one, I will never, ever, ever, ever date another woman that can't swim, snorkel, and wants to learn how to scuba dive. Never will I do that again. So, there you go. Start looking for a woman, Filipina, of age, that wants to have children, that knows how to swim, snorkel, and that wants to learn scuba diving. You get me that, and I'll work out the rest of the kinks. Jeez, Jay, you have such an online presence. Not a bad one, just different. Just different. You remind me of the guy. I'm headed past where the heck? Ohio, Ohio. I'm passing. It's after New Jersey, just before the bridge tunnel in Norfolk, Virginia. There's 100 miles of beach. Yeah, Lovers Beach, Norfolk, Virginia, right. I'm headed past Norfolk, Virginia, and in that 100-mile stretch, almost 100 miles, there's an inlet. It's like December, I don't know, could have been December 21st, December 19th. It's freezing, it's snowing, the barge is all iced up, and I go into a port, and there's a guy named Henry in the port. I need fuel. I need 500 gallons of fuel. I need a shower. I need food. And Henry, I want a map of the bridge tunnel and the Norfolk, Virginia, Battle Creek, Little Creek, Virginia. I need a map. He don't have any maps. He's a marina with no maps. And Helpful Henry says, just go outside and make a right. And when you get to the bridge tunnel, make a left. And I did. And I asked him, how's the weather going to be? Because he had a long-term forecast. He goes, oh, the weather's going to be fine. You'll be able to leave tomorrow. I left tomorrow. I almost died in a 17-foot seas with 75, 80-mile-an-hour winds. I had to throw a $5,000 welder and a 4,000-pound hammer out into the ocean for anchors. $5,000. I had to throw my welder out to drag across the bottom to slow the barge down so I didn't end up on rocks. I had to call the Coast Guard at 1 o'clock in the morning to get me out of there. That's what you remind me of. Helpful Henry. Just make a right, and when you get to the bridge tunnel, make a left, and then go through the bridge tunnel, and then go straight on through to Little Creek, Virginia. That's how much help that when you give me advice, I think of Helpful Henry. Helpful Henry. That's how much I love your advice. I cannot go scuba diving anymore. I cannot, but that's not the point. She's got to learn how to go scuba diving. And I will never go out with a woman that doesn't swim and snorkel. She's also has to learn. Eventually I'll have I talked to the doctor about this about 2 weeks ago, and he said you can put an apparatus over your ear, but if it leaks, it's going to screw you up. So I don't go scuba diving because I don't have a way to close it off now, and there's no way I want to go scuba diving at this time of the year anyway. But I cannot go scuba diving without a special equipment over my ear. Could I go scuba diving? Yeah, but also if I get water in my ear, it'll go into my eardrum. So I will never meet a woman that doesn't swim and snorkel and wants to learn how to do scuba diving. Now, I could probably go scuba diving in 8 or 10 feet of water because the water pressure with that apparatus, but deep diving, out of the question. As far as what the doctor said, out of the question. So 10 or 12 feet of water only has less than a third of an atmosphere. At 10 feet, you're only talking about, you could use an earplug. But when you get into 100 feet of water, you're talking about 3 atmospheres. You can't do that. He said that's out of the question. But, I mean, in 10 or 12 feet of water, you could put a rubber plug in your ear, and it probably would hold up because there's only, in 12 feet of water, that's a quarter of an atmosphere. Anyway, you don't need to, and that would be enough for me to scuba dive in shallow water with a woman. But deep diving, they said not possible. So, J. Dow, you pay attention to every single detail about, and then you come up with this woman that totally, the concept of, you know that it's been 3 years. People mention her all the time. I don't watch her stuff. I have no interest in her as for any, I would never even contemplate going out with a woman that woman, period. Not going to make, she's not ugly, but I would never contemplate, would be the furthest, out of 1,000 women, you put her, I know her, we put her to the side, we're not interested in her. Say, doll, you're a trip, man. Can't do deep diving. I probably could do shallow diving. Probably. I haven't done it yet. But with a special earplug that when I can't talk about it. But I did meet with a doctor last week about that. And there's no guarantee that it would work, but it's possible. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't make that much of a difference. I would never date a woman that didn't swim, snorkel, and want to learn how to go scuba diving. Let's clear that up. Never will I ever date another woman. Now, I would see Daisy again because we have a history of being good friends. But to stay with a woman that doesn't swim, snorkel, or want to learn how to, never would do it. Just, it's out of the question. It would be like me wanting to date a woman that's an alcoholic. I would never date a woman that smokes cigarettes. Never would I date a woman that drinks alcohol. Not even a little bit. I have what I'm interested in, and I have my ways of what I want in a woman. And then she would have to help me do my construction projects like Daisy did. And that girl would not be interested in that at all. She's like one of those, got a nose up in the air. No, J-Doll, why don't you just mind your own business when it comes to hooking me up with a woman, instead of making me waste time talking to you about a woman? How are you going to help me? Who are you anyway? I'll tell you what, who are you? Show me who you are. Right now, show me your channel. Give me the link to your channel so I can see who you are, who I'm talking to. I'm serious. I think that it's time that you've communicated with me and I've talked to you enough for you to show the world who J-Doll is. Are you here? What do you do for a living? Where are you located? How can I see who you are in real life? Send me a USA phone number so I can talk to you. I spend a lot of time talking to you about nonsense, reading your comments and posting them, and I post them all. But I would like to know who you are. I think that's reasonable. You're the writer. Okay, good answer. Okay. Amanagota. So now you won't know. Okay, you're not going to give me your phone number, right? You're not going to send me your phone number so I can talk to you? Is that what you're telling me? Okay, so what do you think I'm going to do with your phone number? What do you think I'm going to do with the information that I get from you? Have I ever revealed the information of anybody I talk to? No. You would know that because you pay attention to every detail on every channel on YouTube. So what do you think I'm going to do if I know who you are and what you do for a living? I might put that down as an option. And then at that point, I'll skim through your comments. I won't reply to any of them, and I'll post them wherever you post them. I'll let them stay because I know you're not malicious. But I may not respond to your comments. Could you accept that? Would you be offended? Would I hurt your feelings? Some people get their feelings hurt. I'll punish you. An English teacher could have figured that much out. What do I always say? You have perfect punctuation, and you're good at spelling, and you're good at sentence structure, paragraph structure. This guy is. I didn't read today's comment. I okayed it. I put it on the page of the internet. The problems with the internet in the Philippines. I okayed it. It went into spam. I think anything over 2,000 words goes into spam. No, that's not true, but it got spammed. I unspammed it and sent it on to that page. You're a retired English teacher. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Actually, the world needs more people like you. We just got a NORAD alert. An orange alert. An orange alert. That means that within 20 minutes we're going to have a full-on typhoon, cyclone storm. A retired English teacher. See, now, that I could relate to because I loved school. I loved school. I went to high school for 4 years. I had 3 years, 100% attendance, and I had 1 year that I missed 7 days of school because I lost 7 days of school. I was in the hospital. And that was, I didn't have 100% attendance because I was in the hospital, and I would have got a trophy. Instead, I got a little medal about that big, made out of gold. But had I not been in the hospital, and they knew I was in the hospital. The whole school knew I was in the hospital. So I love school. I actually have a college regents diploma, and I had a vocational average of 92.7 for 4 years, and I had not so much academic record. My academic record might have been like 78. NORAD, orange rainfall, just got a notification. So I think I had like a 78 average, but my school was hard. Aviation high school. I like school. Oh, yeah. It is a compliment. I compliment you every time. This morning I complimented you on your reading, your writing skills as well. But thanks for sharing that with me. We could have figured that out on my own. If I had to take a guess, I would say that you were in the education field. This guy writes, J. Dow. He writes, it was 3,782 words on one page. That's a lot of words. And I read the first 5 paragraphs. Yeah. Not today, though. Today I only had a chance to read the first paragraph. He's a good writer. He's a really good writer, J. Dow. Are we going to get orange rainfall now? That's bad, orange rainfall. Orange rainfall, we're going to lose sight of the ocean from my house. Now, of course, it's pouring out now. It's raining really hard now. Teachers worry. Yeah, I don't know. I loved my school. I loved learning. After school, for 4 years after school, I spent an additional, after school, Aviation High School taught vocational trades, including arts and crafts, and drafting, mechanical drawing, welding, engine repair, aircraft structural repair, and blueprint, how to make three-dimensional blueprints, explosion views, exploded views. And for 4 years, I took extra, and that was from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock at night. And for 4 years, I took extra classes. Pretty much, it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. Pretty much every Tuesday and Thursday for 4 years, I took an extra 4 hours of school on after-school curriculum. I loved it. And I took how to make exploded view, how to make an exploded view aircraft blueprint. Now they do it with computers, but back then we did it with plastic T-squares and 60-degree and 45-degree angle stuff and exploded views and all the different little swirly mechanisms. I still have all my drafting tools somewhere. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Did he write chapter 2? He might have written it today. I just didn't get a chance to read it. God, he loves to write. He's a good writer, though. And he doesn't spam up your page with anything negative. He's really good at what he does. I always found his comments interesting. But and the thing is, he goes from one channel to the other, and he remembers every detail of everybody's channel, and then he shares it all over the place. I guess that's a hobby. Like me talking is a hobby. I would imagine, but he's an English teacher now. You got to remember, it's a wonderful thing to teach people. It's actually really good to have teach. I like, see, now I write. I know how to speak well. I know words. I read the Webster's 20th Unabridged Dictionary from cover to cover many times. So when I had nothing to read, I would just read the dictionary. And when I got the Encyclopedia Britannica, I read the entire Encyclopedia Britannica cover to cover. Every word, every copyright notice, every detail, every picture, every sentence underneath every picture. Probably 4 times I read the Encyclopedia Britannica. And just for the sake of reading. But the thing that I did, and I cry about this, when I didn't know a word, I would stop and read the word. Typically, if you read the previous sentence and the sentence after the word, you can get an understanding what the word means. But, and what I did is I had the Webster's 20th Unabridged Dictionary, 1969 edition, and I would go to the dictionary and highlight that word and then read the definition. That's how you learn English. And I did that since 1974. I had that dictionary. And when I moved to the Philippines, it had no more binder on it. It had dropped a few times and fell apart. You know, the rubber glue in the back probably could have been fixed. And I said to myself, you know, I had this dictionary for 30 years, 70, 84, 94, almost 30 years. It was falling apart, and I let it go. And if I would have taken it to the Philippines, it would have ended up as junk already anyway, from termites or the weather from the dampness, but that was my favorite book. The Encyclopedia Britannica, I think I sold them for $100. And then I got the Encyclopedia Britannica on disc in 97 or 98. I got the whole Britannica on one file, 2 discs. But we know that, Jay. I read the air freshener can in the CR. Yeah, that's the problem with people on YouTube. When I say they're stupid people, they really are stupid people. A lot of people on YouTube are just stupid people. It's not complicated. I'm not making it up. I'm not making up that I read the encyclopedia cover to cover. I would open up Volume 1, Encyclopedia Britannica, and read it. And then I'd read the next page. Even if I didn't know what I was reading, I would read it. That's how you learn. And then even if you don't retain it, you're not going to retain any of it. Just read it. And you'll return a few percentage points of it. And that's why I have such a vast knowledge of different various things. Plus, I've done a lot of stuff. But if you want to learn English, read the dictionary. Because then you learn how to pronounce sentence structure, because inside the dictionary has sentence structure, punctuation, and then you'll learn the root of the word, where the word came from, and it brings you back that there may be a Latin translation or a Greek or a Jewish Hebrew translation of the word that goes back 2,000 years. And you'll learn a lot of stuff from that. And then research that. So you read the word, you look at the Latin version of it, then you look up the words in the Latin description, look up the words in the dictionary of what those Latin words mean, and it brings you to a whole new understanding of English, or your ability to comprehend. And that, by doing that, it makes your brain, exercises your brain, which keeps your brain intact. A lot of people on YouTube, well, I just use YouTube because you people can see this. There are a lot of stupid people on YouTube because they don't use their brains. They don't use any cognitive skill sets. They exist. They exist. They party. They're partying all the time. They're burning up their brain cells. Nobody can possibly make me believe that getting drunk 5 nights a week is fun. I never did that, but I've been drunk, but nobody could make me believe that drinking 2 or 3 times a week is good. Nobody can make me believe it. I don't care who you're drinking with either. The alcohol itself dulls your senses. Nobody can make me believe it. Even you gave me $1 billion, I may never have another drink. Or I'd have Heineken in the refrigerator, one for Christmas and one for New Year's and one for the 4th of July. That would be the extent of my drinking. That has been the extent of my... It doesn't matter how much money I have. Or if I had... In America, I had a box. I had money. I could have became a drug addict, an alcoholic. I could have became a heroin addict. I could have done anything. I had enough money to live for years. But I the more money I had, the less alcohol I drank as I got older. And cigarettes, oh God, they're as bad for you as alcohol. We get into the philosophical point of view. Cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, it's the devil. I know that you people don't. Oh, there is such a thing as the devil. It's inside the bottom of that bottle. It's at the end, the last cigarette, when you have to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go buy another pack of cigarettes. So you have a cigarette when you wake up. It's the devil inside the cigarette pack and inside the bottle. It's satanic in nature. Drugs are satanic in nature. They take away from your humanity across the board. Now, is there such a thing as good drugs? Well, if you need them for medicinal purposes, yeah. Is a drink going to kill you? No, but drinking 2 or 3 times a week, 2 or 3 drinks, what does it do? I've had people say to me, I would never sit down and party with somebody that wouldn't have a beer with me. I could understand that point of view. But I wouldn't have a beer with somebody I don't know in a bar. Maybe at my house, maybe. But I don't get involved with that kind of nonsense because I've never come across anything good in a bar. In a bar, nothing good has ever come out of a bar for me. Okay, it's all blah, blah, blah. And then when you get people that get drunk, they do stupid things. And then they start saying stupid stuff. And you don't realize that they're saying stupid stuff until it's too late. And then you get up and say, I'm going to leave now. No, don't leave now. Did you understand what I was saying? Get away from me. When they start saying, do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, I know what you mean. You mean it's time for me to leave. When we went to clubs and bars, we'd have a few drinks. I'm not much of a dancer. But it was social drinking, not sitting down at your house getting drunk by yourself or with. I mean, some people do it on YouTube. They sit there and they drink on YouTube, and they're talking to the phone. I would never do that. I don't think I would. I never did it. I did it with Scott Christmas Eve. Scott and I got freaking plastered together over the internet. But that was the last time I had a drink. Well, no. 2 days ago, I can't tell you why, but I couldn't go to sleep. I drank too much coffee. And I was working with chemicals all day. And when I got home, I took a bath, and I was chemically high from the chemicals, from turpentine, from acetone, from ether. And I was high chemically. And I took a bath, and I wanted to go to sleep. And I laid down, and I couldn't go to sleep. So I took out that bottle. It fell down somewhere over there. I took out that bottle of bubblegum alcohol I had, and I went like a toot, and I drank about 2 ounces. I lay down and out. That was it. That's medicinal. But because I drank so much coffee that day, because I was all monkeyed up on chemicals, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I found myself staring and sleeping and staring while I was sitting down working with the chemicals. And I said, this is no good. So I went in and had 2 big giant tablespoons of coffee, teaspoons of coffee, instant coffee, and got me going, because that's, gave me an induced up high. But then at 5 o'clock when I wanted to go to sleep, no. Where is that bottle? Anyway, I gotta find that. I'm gonna show you, this stuff is nasty. There it is. This stuff will put you right out. This is called Cocoa Island Cocoa Bubble Gum. Island Cocoa Bubble Gum. So I went to bed at 5:30. I took a bath and I went to bed, and I'm laying in bed. I'm going, I can't go to sleep. So I busted out my cocoa bubble gum. This stuff is high octane too. It's 78 proof. 78 proof. And I couldn't go to sleep, and I just turned it upside down and took 2, maybe 3 gulps. And then I put it down, it fell down on the floor. That's where it's been since I did that. And then I went to sleep. I was sleeping like a baby. 30 seconds later, boom, out. Yeah, I don't think, I never thought about that. I threw out 150 books, really nice books. The only book I kept was one Douay version Bible. I kept one King James Bible. I had 10 or 12 Bibles. I kept the Bible my mother gave me, but I never read that one. I have a Bible that I got when I was baptized. I never read that one either. But I threw out about 150 really nice books, like Michael Crichton, Sphere, a couple of books by Michael Crichton, a couple of books by Arthur C. Clarke, A Childhood's End. They were paperback books. A Childhood's End, I like that book. Sphere by Michael Crichton was unbelievable. That book, Sphere, I would get one of those 200-page paperback books and I wouldn't put it down. I would not go to sleep either. I would just read all night. Wake up, read, wake up, go to sleep, wake up and read. I'd read that book in 16 hours. You know, maybe less, depending on the book. I loved reading. And I had a lot of science fiction books. And when I had them at my garage sale, no one wanted them for free. I had the books for free. No one even wanted them. I just threw them in a dumpster. Because no one reads anymore. In Florida Keys, most people were alcoholics and drug addicts. They had no reason for books. The only book I kept was Hitler's Pope, about 5 Bibles. I think I may have kept Michael Crichton's Sphere, the book Sphere, S-P-H-E-R-E, Sphere. What a great book. You guys want to read a book that puts you on the edge of your seats? Michael Crichton, Sphere. It is such a cool book. But again, this was back in the 90s when, before we had all this tech on the internet. Another great book about psychic power is The Tell-Cult Power. The Tell-Cult Power. That book, I know I kept that book. And I also, but I don't know where it is. And I also kept Cosmic Consciousness by R.M. Buck. Romeo Michael Buck, B-U-C-K. That is a great book. It shows you all the people throughout history who've had a mystical experience and believed they communicated with God. Cosmic Consciousness by R.M. Buck. So I was an avid reader at one time. But most of these people on YouTube, they've not read a book, nor would they understand what a book was. You know, a book is to exercise the mind. It's to expand your mind. Let's see what Scott has to say here. Police in the Philippines are attempting to put down a panic that has erupted in a city after 2 girls claim to have been encountered a fearsome mythical creature known as Manananggal. All right, Scott put up a link. All right, let's check that out. I clicked the link. I think it should open up now. It doesn't. This freaking computer. What a piece of garbage this thing is. I'm going to have to restart this computer. They wouldn't take the hardback version because you could use the hardback version to hurt somebody. That was good that you did that. Mythical creature sightings in Philippines spark panic. Oh, Scott was being serious. No. I bet you it's a Valentine's Day thing. Police in the Philippines are attempting Police in the Philippines are attempting to put down panic that has erupted in the city after two girls claim to have encountered a fearsome mythical creature as a manananggal. Okay, manananggal. Oh boy. You're going to have me looking. According to a local media report, the curious case began last Tuesday evening in the community of Talisay, when a pair of witnesses said they had spotted something rather unusual and terrifying perched atop a house. Although the details surrounding what they specifically saw are scant, the shaken woman told the police they believed the oddity to be a manananggal, which in Philippines folklore is said to be a bat-like creature seen in the artist's depiction that can separate its body at the torso. Word of the strange sighting soon spread like wildfire in the community, and concerns surrounding the incident were compounded when a few days later it was said that a creature with the head of a pig and the body of a human had been seen in a nearby town. In an attempt to assuage the growing fears of the residents, authorities went so far as to hold a press conference concerning the matter, pledging to investigate the reports submitted by the witnesses who are reportedly receiving counseling following the traumatic encounter. Authorities pleaded with residents to stop sharing rumors of manananggal sightings and instead to immediately notify the police if they encounter something unusual. You know what that is? You look here. I'll show you what that is. I know what that is. I know. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna go here, and we're gonna go worlds, WORLD. I'd like to see half the people on YouTube read that paragraph like I just read it, with the inflection of the voice and sentence pronunciation, considering it was the first time I read it. Worlds. Most of them stutter on three-letter words. World's largest, L-A-R-G-E-S-T, bat. The world's largest bat, when I Google that, it's going to be a bat that lives in the Philippines and is almost 3 feet high. That's the truth. Here it is. Flying foxes. So look, you see the size of that bat? That's a person. So they stand about, well, that one stands about 2 feet, but when they're hanging, they're about 3 feet high, like that. And that's the manananggal that they're talking about. And it has a 5-foot wingspan with a head and body length of about 16 inches. They're the only fruit bats family that roost in large numbers and eat fruit. So where are they? Okay, here it is. I'm right about this. This is what I do when I'm not doing anything. I read stuff. So, the golden crown flying fox bat, Conservation International. The golden-crowned flying fox, Acrodon jubatus, is a fruit-eating megabat found only in the Philippines. So, see, I was right. It's one of the planet's largest bat species. I have a varied skill set when it comes. I read a lot of stuff. So, it has a wingspan of 5 feet 6 inches, weighs 2.6 pounds. And it's only found in the Philippines. I'll put the link up here for you guys that want to read it. Yeah, that's what that manananggal is. It's the fruit bat. Dennis Adam. Hey, buddy. Yeah, but Michael Dowdy left all his books to the local jail and donated them except for the hardback versions. I wanted to give my books to the local library, actually, and they didn't want them. They just didn't want the books. I don't know why. I offered to give them the books if they would come and pick up the books. Nope, they weren't interested at all. And one of the reasons that they weren't interested in the books is because if a page is missing, they can't take it. If you wrote notes in the book, they don't want it. You know, if someone left marks in the book, I don't know. They wouldn't take my books for free. I threw them in a dumpster. Crushed them up with the backhoe and sent them out as mulch. Rest in peace, Art Bell. Yeah, he had some good shows on, didn't he? Hammy Hamster says, little negative. Little negative, I still read, but only books after things I think relevant, like Arthur Bremmer. Okay, let's take a look at who Arthur Bremmer is. Let's take a look. See who Arthur Bremmer is. I don't know who Arthur Bremmer is, to be honest with you. Don't ever remember the name. Arthur Bremmer books. Political party. Arthur Bremmer, Elon Musk. Okay, this is how you learn, folks. You Google stuff. Let's just see who Arthur Bremmer is. Okay, there's pictures of Arthur Bremmer. That could be J. Dow, for all we know. Could be his writer's name. Arthur Bremmer is an American political scientist and author who focuses on global political risk. He is the founder and president of Eurasia Group, a political risk research and consulting firm with a principal office in New York City. He is also a founder of GZERO Media, a digital media firm, according to Wikipedia. And then there's that. Arthur Bremmer Twitter. So you're into a political scientist. Boy, that must hurt your feelings at the end of the day. All kidding aside, with all the evil corruptness in the politics, and that guy gets involved with that on a daily basis. All right, Scott, I'll be careful. It's a scare tactic from the CIA. Yeah, that's that big bat. Could have just got lost. I knew what it was right away as soon as Scott said what it was. Oh, man. I know my bats. I know pretty much most of the animals that live around here. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those, though, in real life. I don't think I did. I think I only seen them on the internet and in videos in the Philippines. Pretty sure I did see them. Hey, Dennis, welcome to the machine. Thanks for stopping by, Dennis. The wak-wak. Oh, the wak-wak. The wak-wak is a vampire, bird-like creature in the Philippines mythology. It's a crazy bird. Wak-wak means crazy. It is said to snatch humans at night as prey, similar to the manaangal and the ikak in rural areas of the Philippines. So we have a tricycle right out in front of my house called the Wak-Wak, unless he changed it. And his boat is named Wak-Wak. And Wak-Wak means crazy. In the province, if you tell somebody that they're Wak-Wak or Buang Ka, Wak-Wak, Buang Ka means the same thing. Wak-Wak, crazy, insane. Buang Ka, nuts. You're nuts. An electrical bat disrupted the power here last month for 6 hours. Must have took a lot to twist that boy up into sawdust, yeah? I'm supposed to be a conspiracy theorist. Well, because I know as soon as they started talking about something that looked like a human being that flies and a bat, I know exactly what it is. Helps bridge USA and China. So Ian, okay, well, Ian Bremmer helps bridge USA and China. Okay, so, the political scientist part of that. So, wow, that's interesting, because he would have had to learn Chinese. Now, I don't know any Chinese words at all. I did know how to say hello in Chinese at one time, but that's all. And as far as, so a political scientist bridged the gap between China and America, because our customs, you have, I could see where there could be Chinese people. I could give you my background on Chinese people. You wouldn't believe it. I will tell you. Okay, so my best friend in New York City from 1979 to 1991, when I moved, we lived next door to each other. He was Chinese, and he was a detective in Chinatown. When you saw him outside the house, his appearance was impeccable. It was always well shaven, perfectly groomed hair, clothes, always clean, properly dressed. Because he was a detective for New York City Police Department. But when you went inside his house was, my house, the mess that it is, my house looks like a palace compared to the inside of his house. But it wasn't just him. So we used to have to go drop things off to his friends when he retired from the police force. He had a business that he had, a route, and he would bring me with him to drop these things off. And there was a fella that needed a kitchen done in his house. And he was the owner of a bank in Chinatown, New York. And Peter took me to the fella's house and said, this fella wants a kitchen put in his house. And I got into the front door and I started gagging, had that gag reflex. I made it to the kitchen, couldn't see the stove. Nobody had ever cleaned the stove, ever. Nobody ever passed a rag on the counter. The kick underneath the kitchen cabinets had 2.5 or 3 inches of dog and cat hair. The floor had cat and dog waste all over the floor, all over the house. The smell inside the house wasn't breathable. You couldn't breathe. It was like a, I took care of 120 dogs and 200 cats, and I cleaned up after them every day for one of my jobs as a kid. But it was my house was the cat and dog house that I had for Omar was cleaner than this guy's house. This guy just let the animals use the floor for a restroom for years. There was no floor. It was just dog and cat waste. The rugs, the couch, the urine smell from both of the animals that they had. And yet this guy owned a bank. He owned a bank in Chinatown. And when you saw the guy, I always saw him dressed up in a suit and tie. I don't know where his bedroom was. We never got that far. But I said to Peter, I can't do that. I can't even give him I can't work in the house. I can't go in the house. So Chinese culture's different. Way different. And that was, I've gone into other Chinese people's houses that were clean, and other people that were like that, they don't clean ever. Nothing do they ever clean. I mean, beyond the pale, so to speak. There was one person in America that I did a job for. His house was that dirty. But he had windows. The fella that I went in, that owned the bank, was in an attached house. There was only a front door and like a balcony door in the back. I could not work there. But the guy in America, I gave him, I went into his house. His house was, not only couldn't just, picturing somebody never, ever, ever, ever cleaning the counter, the sink, or the stove with 2 or 3 dogs and a cat, or several cats. I don't know how many cats he had, a lot. Now picture they never cleaned up ever. And when the guy was done with the can of cat food, he just threw the can on the counter. An empty can with the juice in it. And then picture the cat food on the counter dried up in the juice from spaghetti water or cat food. And so you couldn't see the countertop at all because it was covered with cat hair and debris. So when I went there, he wanted me to build a deck in the back of his house. And I said, okay, so the deck is still there to my knowledge. I saw it when I went there in 2016. And that man worked for the Department of he worked for the water department. He collected samples of water from sewers and ocean waters and stuff like that. And so I gave him a price. Never, no way did I expect him to take the price. But again, at that time in the 80s, I was the only person that would do that job. Not because of his house. That had nothing to do with anything. But because it was a hard job. You had to carry the material from the front of the house to the back of the house. And that included 20-foot, 8-inch pressure-treated poles that had to be put in by hand pump, a 10-horsepower pump. But we had to start it with a stinger on it. But it all had to be handwork. The barge wouldn't fit down the canal. I didn't have the barge at the time anyway. But the canal was so small. So I give the guy it was a stupid price. We call them stupid prices. We're not going to get, and he gives me the job. So I'm dating this girl, Fabienne, which you will see her mother in an upcoming video. Fabienne Bedard. Her mother, the name is Ginette, she has won the New York City Marathon 17 years in a row in the age bracket of over 65. She has 3 world records for a 26-mile marathon. I'll write down her name. This is my friend's, and she's been my friend too. Yeah, Ginette, G-E-N-N-E-T, Bedard, B-A-D-A-R-H, marathons, New York, NYC Marathon. I could show you her video, but it has my house in America in it. I don't really want to show you that. So now this has been my friend since I was 12 years old. She's still alive. I checked up on that last week. So, and to let you know that I'm telling you the truth. Okay, so let's go back. Make sure I spelled that right. Ginette Bedard. You guys think I make up stories. That moron that came on my show yesterday thinking I make up these stories. I think it's spelled with one N, but we'll check that out. And she's won the New York City Marathon 17 years in a row. She either placed or took first place, and she has 2 or 3 world records or New York City Marathon records. All time. New York, Ginette. I might have to go to my video. Okay. I'm coming up with different answers here. Ginette Bedard, Ginette Bedard, Ginette Bedard. This is too much information. Okay, so these are the marathon winners for the time, but she's won in the elderly division. Okay, so let's try that again. Ginette Bedard, New York City Marathon. Let's try that. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to give you my my video. I don't know why it didn't come up. Scott and I was looking at this the other day. Okay, I'm going to go to my videos page, and I'll give you the link for her accomplishments. The winner of the most marathons in the history of the world. I think that's what I read somewhere. So now I have to go here or there, and then I'll give you Ginette Bedard's. She's from Howard Beach. I grew up about 250 feet away from her. And I dated her daughter for since I was 12, so 15 years, 16 years. Actually, I dated her daughter for close to 22 years, but For the first 15, she wasn't married. And then she had her and her husband separated for years, and we continued dating. So let's go, Ginette. Genet. What happened to my video? Okay. Marathon. No, I spelled it wrong. What the hell? What is the name of that? Scott, do you remember the name of that video? You know what? I'll just take it out of my... Hold on, I'll find it. Okay, it's before that. New York City, Obama. Winner of the New York Marathon. It should have come up with the word marathon. Okay. You're not getting this link, but you're going to get her name. You're going to get the link. Here it is. I spelled her name wrong. Oof, her name is spelled completely wrong. I just know her as Mrs. Bedard. But here's the woman's name. We'll put that in there, and then you'll see her record. It's an unbelievable record. And I saw this woman run across the street from my house every day for 15 years. Ginette Bedard. Born December 12th, 1933, as a French-American long-distance runner from Queens, New York. She is known for her participation in marathons since 2001. At the age of 67, in 2005, she set the U.S. marathon record for women aged 70 to 74. In 2008, at the age of 74, she set the Masters W75 marathon world record at a time of 4:08:31. As of 2020, she has participated in 17 marathons, and she has been, at times, the oldest woman to ever participate. Now, she didn't always win, but for those 17 marathons, I'm pretty sure she placed every time. That's quite an accomplishment. And that woman used to let, as children, now you got to remember, we were children, 12, 13 years old. She had she was a beautiful woman, French woman. Her husband was in the French Foreign Legion. That he's listed as an Air Force, but it's really what he was in is the French Foreign Legion. And you guys can look this up, because when I tell you a story, it's the truth. Now, I have a video of me helping her. I'll show you her. Where was that? Oh. Restored. Oh, man, I'm going to have to go to that damn video again. Okay, let's go here. Okay, here it is right here. I'm going to... I can't show you the video without showing you the link. Yeah, I can. Hold on, I'm going to show you me and her hanging together like old times. That was a lot of fun. Okay. All right, we got to turn this around. Okay, so here she is. And here, I had the sound off.
Now I'm going to introduce you to a character.
I thought it was Mr. Bedard, but he had passed away. I know what I could do here. Okay. You guys, you want to see? Now this woman is 82 years old. 82.
A member of the French.
Here we go.
Now I'm going to introduce you to a character who was actually a member of the French Foreign Legion. Oh, don't stop. Mrs. Bedard.
Oh, you know. Oh, I know who you are.
You should know who I am.
Mike.
I wanted to marry your daughter.
Mike, thank you.
That's right.
My God, you look like an old Santa.
And you look like you're still in great shape.
Oh, yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Very, very well, thank you.
Good for you, Mike. I can't believe that's you.
Mrs. Bedard, she used to take a shovel and shovel around the park, which is a half a mile, so you could go running. And her husband would have to take up the slack if she ran out of energy. Right?
Oh, you make me laugh. Okay, Mike.
You want a hand with that?
Hey, why not?
You think I remember how to use an axe?
I think so, you can. You know, this boy that came and they cut the tree over there,
Yeah.
and I asked the guy, can you come and cut
That woman is 80.
a tree of them? You want me?
That woman is 82 years old in that picture, in that video.
1, 2, 3. They all died from Sandy. They all died from Sandy. You know Sandy, the hurricane?
Oh, yeah.
Hello, good morning. Good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good, you're not Jimmy?
No,
That's Jimmy's son, maybe.
no.
Brother-in-law, okay. I know you're not Jimmy. Jimmy's a lot younger than you. Is Jimmy home?
He was here. So where do you go? Do you live with you? Where do you stay now?
Well, I'm only in New York for a few weeks, and then I moved to the Philippines.
Really?
Yes.
What are you going to do there?
I'm going to do videos of the entire... That's what I do now, videos.
It's about the tornadoes there.
Yes, about everything.
Good for you, Mike. You are the boy.
I can't believe... I thought this was Fabienne out here. Why isn't she doing this? She needs the exercise.
Oh, yeah, she does it. I bet she didn't keep it.
How old are you now? 71?
I'm 80.
80 years old.
Yeah.
You can't be 80. You can only be a young woman.
I done the marathon 2 weeks ago.
The New York City Marathon?
Yeah.
The whole marathon?
Yes, I do it every year.
26 miles?
Yes,
At 80 years old?
yes,
My God.
I do it every year. I always come in first in my age group. Always.
You let me know when you...
She always comes in first in her age group. It doesn't have that in Wikipedia, but if she said it, I believe it. That was my friend's mom, and then she's going to hold the camera, and I'm going to operate the tool for a moment, and then I'll get back to the
Are you
story.
getting there, Mike? Never mind the little one. Get the big ones out.
It's in my way.
Oh, I see. Okay.
What
Mike,
is-
you're getting there. Unbelievable. Boy, you are strong. It's still solid. I got 2 more to go. Are you kidding?
This thing's a little dull.
I know, from Sandy.
Oh, you can't cut anything with this.
You're right. But it sharpens up while you work, while you use it.
Okay, so, yeah, that was Mrs. Bedard. And she's been friends, well, she's still alive. I looked it up the other day. And I dated her daughter, since I was like 12 years old. Fabienne Bedard. So, I don't know where we were going with that, but in this video that I'm going to release soon, it won't be this month though, I told you people a story years ago. See, you people think I lie. The people that think I don't lie about, you're never going to catch me in a lie. I said she won the marathon for 17 years in a row. She just said it. It's in Wikipedia that she set world records. But her daughter and I, we were really close. So I actually wanted to marry her daughter for a short period of time in my life, but she didn't want to marry me. And then she wanted to marry me, and I didn't want to marry her. But she worked for a proctologist, the daughter. And the proctologist, it's in this video too. It's in this video. The proctologist that she worked for happened to be, I was building a deck. I don't remember the street. I don't remember the avenue. I did so many decks in Manhattan and Brooklyn and Queens. I don't remember, but I had to build a deck, and it was a brownstone 3rd or 4th floor, and the lumber had to go in through the hallway to the backyard and then hold up one board at a time. And that deck was on the same block or half a block away across the street from the proctologist that Fabienne worked for. So I used to take her into the city. That deck was a big deck job. Might have lasted a month, but there were 2 or 3 decks on that block. So for months we went into the city every day. And next to the proctologist's office, on the other side of the wall, about this far away, was a crematorium. And to go back how far this was, the crematorium had John Lennon. When John Lennon died, call it died because YouTube has rules. So when John Lennon died, he got cremated. So actually, I saw his casket or body being brought into the building, but I had no idea it was him. And then later on, at some time during the day, I went back, I had lunch with Fabienne, and she told me John Lennon, you could hear the crematory, you could hear the noise from the blast furnace, and that was John Lennon being cremated. So I was like, I don't know, 2 feet away from where I was sitting, John Lennon was being cremated. I thought that was pretty cool. I never got to meet him in person or even see him, but I got to hang out with him while he was getting cremated. I thought that was cool as all get out. And then Mrs. Bedard, she won. She used to run. Okay, she used to run 10 miles a day, every day. Rain, snow, or sunshine, every day. And this went on since the 80s. And then when it snowed, and it didn't matter how much it snowed, there was a park. I had a half-a-mile rink around the park, a half-a-mile trail. When it snowed, her and her husband would take 2 snow shovels. I'm not kidding you. And they would shovel a path a half a mile around the park. And you people that come on my channel and you don't super chat, and you don't throw me any money in PayPal, and you don't comment, and you don't push the thumbs up buttons, I give you more entertainment than anybody else on YouTube and more stories about what's going on. I look at you like you're dirt, you people. That's why I don't talk to most of you people. I just want you to know that, because this is the kind of stuff that has, this is what content on YouTube is about. So you people that come here and you sit there and you look and you don't say anything and you don't comment, or you were trolling me so I blocked you, I look at you like you're dirt. I don't look at you as human. I look at you as subhuman, because you don't have anything to offer. And if you've been blocked, it's because of, like the guy yesterday, who is a troll, and he got blocked. And he got blocked for calling me a liar, and he got blocked for saying that I didn't have $5, actually $5. I just saw Super Chat, thank you. He got blocked. I'm going to get the pot right now. I got blocked because he said I didn't have $5 to pay for the entrance fee for the Octon Cave when I had lots of money on me and in the bank. So you guys that are trolling me, and I don't care that you watch, but I'm not going to allow people to abuse me. But he came on and he said, I know you were lying about whether or not Octon Cave was open on September 24th of 2022. Well, when I got to Octon Cave at 11:30 in the morning, it was closed. Maybe it was open at 9 o'clock. Maybe it wasn't. But it was closed when I went there. The 25th was my birthday, and we left on the 26th. So you're not going to call me a liar. We had Typhoon Noru, N-O-R-U, from September 1st to October 1st, 10 days of typhoons. So it was closed. Everything on the island was shut down. So, but when you troll me and I immediately block you, and you have some clown, some worthless, another guy that has nothing of any value in regards to the Philippine genre, say that I'm a woke, cancel culture type of guy because I block people. Do you really think I'm going to let you interrupt a story about a great woman named Ginette Bedard, who I knew since I was 12 years old, and you're going to come on my channel and say, is it raining? Or did you talk to Daisy today? Is Daisy pregnant? I'm not going to allow that to happen. I've trained you people to stop doing that. So you can watch, and you're welcome to do that. You're welcome to comment in a positive manner, but you're not welcome to troll my channel. And for the clown that says he's a control freak, he's a cancel culture type of guy, if you don't like what he says, if you don't like if he doesn't like what you're saying, he blocks. That's right. That's right. That guy came on yesterday, called me a liar. I said, what am I lying about? You're lying about Octon Cave being open. I'm going, no, it was a storm. No, you're lying. You're too cheap to pay the entrance fee. So I went through the trouble of looking up the typhoon that had 80, 90-kilometer winds that night, that morning when I woke up, and that when I got to Octon Cave, it was closed. And why would I lie about that? I went there to go into the cave, but it wasn't available. So you come on my channel and you think you're going to... Well, what he was really doing was getting FaceTime on my channel, so somebody might go to his channel and subscribe, which is what people can do. But he could have did it. And then he said, I was there, September 24th, in the comment. I was there, you're a liar, it was open. But why would he say that? He wasn't there. So you can't come on my channel and control the narrative. You can come on my channel and add something constructive. But if I'm talking about Mrs. Bedard, and you come on my channel and say, you're a liar. Well, okay, what am I lying about? I've asked you people many times, what have I lied about? Just tell me what I've lied about. What, my licenses? No, never lied about that. Owning a tugboat? Nope. Barge? Nope. Crane? Nope. Pile driver? Nope. Race car? Nope. Ocean racer? Nope. Yacht? Nope. Small boats? Hydrofoils? Hydroplanes? Nope. 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 Flying airplanes? Yup, yup, yup. No lies. Did all of that. Have the pictures to prove it. What did I lie about? You're not going to come on my channel and abuse me. So let's see who we have here. Freebird. Oh, my God. Freebird. Thank you, Freebird. I got to get the pot. Oh, Freebird. Thank you, Freebird. Now, you, I don't mean. I didn't mean you. You're not a troll. Freebird. If you don't know who Freebird is, do you like cats? Let me ask you people if you like cats. I'm giving you a show because you apparently have nothing to do, and I certainly have nothing to do. There's nothing I can do outside. The job that I have to go to, I can't work on what I have to work on in the rain. And I can't do that job in the rain. It has to be sunny. I have things that need to be cleaned up with acetone and ether, acetone, chemicals, and then I have to apply chemicals to put certain things together. I can't do that job. So let's get Freebird's channel up here. Now I can go to the cave. Yeah, he said I didn't have $5 for the cave. I wanted to go. You could see almost, if there wasn't buildings, you could see the building from where I was staying. Could have been maybe 1,000 feet away. It wasn't far. It was right down the beach. And I didn't even post those videos yet. But why would I go there if it was... I went there on a tricycle. We had a tricycle driver that rode us around. He was my driver for the day. You know, I used the same guy for a couple of days in a row. Why would I go to the cave with Daisy? How would I know it was closed if I didn't go there? We went there, it was closed. Why would I lie about that? I wanted to go in. I wanted to give Daisy the experience of seeing a cave. Me, I'd like to go into that cave where they have the giant crystals that are 40 feet long and 2 feet in diameter. But to go into a cave in the Philippines, it would be interesting, but it wouldn't be something I'd go out of my way for. But let's get Freebird. Let's get Freebird's link up here. Now, if you guys like cats, okay, if you guys like cats, I'm not getting... Freebird, make it easy on yourself. Why don't you, now that you're a moderator, I made you a moderator, why don't you get the link from your page? You take the title of your page, Freebird, and get the link, and you can post the link to your page today, for sure. Because I'm having trouble seeing. I couldn't make your channel pop up on my window, so I made you a moderator. So can you do that for me, please? Now, Freebird, if you guys are out there and you like cats, I'm talking about the nastiest, most malicious, most arrogant, most vicious house cats you've ever seen in your life. Freebird, I don't know what he does to those cats. They sit there and they snarl and growl at you like they want you dead. I'm telling you the truth. I seen cats hiss and snarl and growl at a dog or another cat in a cat fight, but his cats do that to him in his living room. So if you want to see some of the most vicious house cats of people on YouTube, Freebird, his cats are totally off the chain vicious. Yeah, but you have all your videos set as no comments. Okay. All right, that's up to you. I understand about the trolls. All right, so let me get the pot. The pot. We just forgot the pot. Bang the pot. We made a lot. Now I can go to the Octon Cave. Salamat. We made a lot. Hungry bird. I bang a pot. Now I can afford to go to the Octon Cave. To the Octon Cave I can go. And then I can bring the video back and make a show. To the Octon Cave. Octon Cave, it was closed. I went there and I knows it was closed, 'cause I goes there. On September 24th, during Hurricane Nauru, N-O-R-U, N-O-R-U, from September 1st to October 1st. Nauru. No room, no room, no room, no room. The cave was closed. Now I had a guy yesterday, besides that troll, that said I didn't have the money. I was too cheap to go into the Octon Cave. I had a guy yesterday say, well, another guy said, I don't know anything about construction, but I said to him, well, I have hundreds of videos about construction up on my channel and my other channel. How about you just show us what licenses you have? Just show me a license. You have to have a license if you're a contractor. But he laughed, he went LOL. So I don't know if he was serious. He could have been a laborer. He could have even been a carpenter, but he had no license. So when you people come and troll me, I might put you out there. I'll give you the opportunity to show. I'll give you the opportunity to show us your videos on your channel. I have no problem with that. If you have a job that you did, you built a stoop, even replaced a step, a single step, wood or metal or concrete, and you made a video about it, and you want me to get you some views or put your channel up on my page, I'll do that. But you can't come to my channel and troll me. And before I had not before. Yesterday I had several trolls on I was on another live stream and I'm reading. Don't forget to close the toilet when you cook. My toilet is in my room here. That's no big deal. Lots of Philippines, lots of people live in one room and everything is in that room. But that doesn't bother me that you say that. Because remember, I'm the guy that lived in the $1.2 million house on the Deepwater Canal in the Florida Keys, not you. I'm the fella that had the Ocean Racer behind the house on the hook, not you. I'm the fella that had the 23-foot Anna Capri with a 220-horse Mercury on the back of the boat, not you. I'm the fella that got to go scuba diving anytime I wanted, not you. I'm the fella that had lobsters under the dock, not you. I'm the fella that had a construction yard in his backyard in the Florida Keys, not you. I'm the fella that had a backhoe that was worth $185,000 in the backyard that made a living for me for 13 years, not you. So if I live a little bit less than you do now, just remember, you can never catch up. Because you people are boatless. And I've had a boat for my entire life up until I moved to the Philippines. Since I was 5, I always owned a boat. And you're boatless. Unfortunately, boatless is worse than living in a house with a bathroom in the big room. Call it the big room. Being boatless, I can't even imagine that. And why am I boatless? because I don't want a boat anymore. I don't have 8 or 10 hours of maintenance time anymore to do boats. I have another project. I have other projects that I'm working on. But you guys are boatless. You've been boatless since birth. Imagine being born and never owning your own boat, where you could go into the backyard, put fuel in it, and then take it out and go swimming or snorkeling or scuba. Imagine that. Try to imagine what it's like going boatless. So you can imagine, because you are boatless. And the people that criticize me, they're boatless too. I only know one other person that has a boat. Roberto has 2 boats. That's a man. A man's man. They don't always agree with Roberto. But the fact that he owns 2 boats makes him twice the man that most of you could ever hope to be. Because boats are a lot of work. Plus, he worked on a boat in the Coast Guard. So Roberto was not boatless. I'm not boatless. I wasn't boatless. I am boatless now. But you people, you are boatless. That's worse than being clueless. Because if you're clueless, then you don't even know that you're boatless. Does that make sense to you? If you're not smart enough to know that you don't have a boat, then you're clueless, which is probably a blessing to be clueless, because you're boatless and you don't know the difference. But once you have a boat and you've always experienced a boat and know what a boat is bust out another $1,000. B-O-A-T, bust out another $1,000. For those of you who don't know what a boat is and what it means to have a boat, it means bust out another $1,000. You people are clueless and boatless. And you don't have $1,000 for extra boat stuff. I did. I spent more money. I wish I had the $100,000 that I spent on that boat. You know how much money I used to pay for fuel? Fuel. 1 day fuel. You guys want to take a guess? To fill up my boat was somewhere between $480 and $515 a day. 1 day. 1 day. 480 to 515 if I brought it back empty. And how long did it take to use that much fuel? 90 minutes at full speed. So I would leave Key Largo maybe 8 o'clock on the poker run down to Key West or Marathon. I went to Key West once, but to Marathon, I do the poker run to Marathon, which was 50 miles, and I'd hit the firewall with the throttle for most of that time if the weather was good, and that would be about 45 minutes to 55 minutes or an hour. That was 50 miles, 50 gallons, $250. I'd fill it up in Marathon and come back because it got 1 mile to the gallon. One mile to the gallon. And if I punched it out to the firewall, I got 3/4 of a mile to the gallon. 3/4. So for every mile and a half, I burned 2 gallons of gas. None of you could say that. So when I say I wish I had the money for the boat and the gas and the insurance, $7,000 a year for insurance for the boat, $7,000. $7,000 a year for the insurance. Now, owning my boat, a 1988 Formula Thunderbird, SR 311, even if you bought my boat now, today, look it up, SR Sierra Romeo 311, dual 454 naturally aspirated engines. That boat's going to cost you $28,000 today. 1988 formula. But your insurance for that boat, if you hold the mortgage, is going to be somewhere around $12,000 a year. So, it actually doesn't pay to hold the mortgage, but I did that. So when they raised it, I paid the $1,700, I paid the $34, and I paid the $7,000 for the third year. And then they raised it up to $12,000, and I said to myself, this is stupid. I'll just go pay off the boat, the nut on the boat. And in 5 years, if the insurance is $12,000, I'll save $60,000 on just insurance alone. So that's what I did. But you can't say that. You people can't say that. And if you don't believe me, well then, wager me some money about the boat. I'll show you. I'll go out and find a registration. I got it somewhere. Actually, that I think I have in mothballs. But it's registered. There's an SR311 registered to the Motor Vehicle Department, to me, Michael Fazio. Okay, let's see what we can do here. I'm going to shut the computer off. I have to restart the computer because it just froze up. I'm trying to get something on the screen. I have to keep shutting it off and turning it on probably 3 times a day. So you people that have been boatless, race carless, ocean racerless, hydrofoilless, hydroplaneless, Anna Capri, 23-foot Anna Capri-less, Formula SR311-less, bargeless, craneless, pile driverless, and you make fun of me? I've lived 10 times the life that you people could only dream of. And not to mention all the private crazy stuff that went on in my life. I'm not talking about sex and drugs. I'm talking about doing things that were fun. Fun things like Bonaire. Diving volcanoes in Bonaire. With the American consulate to the canal. Panama Canal. I dove in September with the American consulate of the Panama Canal. It's standard vacation every year. Can you say you did that? And then we dove down into tropical waters where you would see manta rays. The manta rays are the ones with the big mouths with 14, 15-foot wingspans. Some of them were bigger than that. And when they opened their mouth was big enough for you to swim into. That's how big they were. They were about 2.5 or 3 feet thick. Have you done that? I don't think so. And that's why I laugh at you people. Because you have money and you have good food and a nice refrigerator. Had all of that. Nice refrigerator. Cobra Mustang in the driveway. Ocean Racer, and had all of that. Did all of that. Am I boatless now? Yeah, I'm boatless now. I actually thought about buying a boat last week, a jet ski. I'm not going to buy another boat. I might buy a jet ski. I might repair the jet ski that I have. I might buy a new motor for the jet ski I have. I don't know. I saw a motor for sale, new rebuilt, $1,300 for the jet ski I have. I could do that too. So, you people have been boatless your whole life. What does it feel? Somebody want to put how their innards feel knowing that I brought up being boatless? boat. I can't even imagine going through life without owning a boat. I owned a boat every day of my life since I was 5 years old. That's the truth. And then my dad ran tugboats. I got to run tugboats. I got to run big tugboats, small tugboats, Hudson River, ocean-going tugboats. Sometimes I would sit behind the wheel for 6 or 7 hours and track from here, on my way to Maine. Or because you're only moving at like 6 or 7 knots when you're pulling a scow. Yeah, you people have been bargeless, tugboatless, oceanless, powerboatless, cobraless. That's amazing. I can't even imagine going through life without a boat. Ah, Freebird had a boat, and he's boatless. He knows what it's like to be boatless now. You don't know what it's like to be boatless unless you are boatless, and you only know what it's like to be boatless if you had a boat. My boat cost me a lot of money for fuel. Scott had a boat. Scott had a boat since he was a little kid, too. Scott grew up on the lakes in the Midwest. And Scott and I talked about that yesterday, I think. About how many people have had a boat since they were a little kid. I didn't know Scott was still awake. Scott had boats. Not a lot of people have had boats, but Scott had a boat and grew up. He's a fisherman, an outdoorsman. Yeah, Scott's a pretty cool. Me and Scott love to talk to each other. We talk to each other for hours. So now Freebird, he's in the club, the boatless club. We're all boatless, but I won't remain boatless much longer because I tried to buy that tricycle again this morning before I got online. Unless they sent me back mail. Everybody's in China, and it's all the same problem with the people in China. Hold on. Flying circus. Wherefore art thou? I haven't seen you comment in a while. So, yeah. So anyway, I tried to buy another one of those tricycle trucks, but this one had a diesel in it. I don't know where that mail is. Hold on a second. I'll get the mail. And it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to find one of those, just to be honest with you. I don't know why. Whose mail did I send mail? I know you guys don't believe anything I say. So here is a mail from February 13th. I guess this was last night before midnight. What happened to my mail? Oh, yeah, here it is. Shit. I'm going to have to, I want to cut out, I don't really care so much about my, putting my email address in there, but no one has sent me, I had my email address in something I did last week. So, here is the mail that I sent out. Well, it's last night. If you have an outlet in the Philippines, I will be interested. If not, it's too much trouble to import. And that was a mail I sent to seven, that the address was a number and a thing. But anyway, I tried to buy another one. So if I don't get a message back with a positive feedback to buy that tricycle, I'm going to pop the jet ski. I'm going to fly the jet ski down to the ground. And the reason I didn't get a chance to fix the jet ski years ago was because I didn't have, there's a cannon plug on the bottom of the motor. You can't, well, it's embedded into the housing at the, it's a bad place for it. It's definitely a bad place for it. The wiring harness goes into the bottom of the motor, and I don't know why. And it goes into, I don't know why it goes into the bottom of the motor. Now, I have the online book. I paid, I don't know, $50 for the online book. But that plug has to work. And that was the plug I couldn't get to work, and I bought a new module. So I spent $250 for a module. That was supposed to be the problem. Then I found out that the harness on the bottom was ripped out somehow. It fell out, it ripped out, bouncing around, I don't know. But the mechanic, so-called mechanic, they're not much of them, said you got to have that plug in. And I could never get the plug in because it's broke. So I need to take the motor out of the jet ski. And then I said, why can't there be a way to start the jet ski up without the module, the electronic module? But apparently it does everything. The fuel, speedometer, oil pressure, temperature gauges. So I bought a new one, but they weren't even sure that that was the problem. When I bought a brand new one, new used, that was supposed to have worked, it didn't work. And I put it in properly. There's a technique. You read the book. If you don't read the book and you put the module and you throw the module out. Put it in, hook up the battery wrong, throw it out. You have to put the ground terminal in. You have to ground it to the system. Put the ground terminal on first. Make sure the ignition is off. Put the positive terminal on. If you put the positive terminal on first and then put the ground wire in, you burn the module up. It's a sequence to put the module in and make it work. Now, I don't know that the module I have is good. No one has a test equipment for the module. I tried to do a workaround where I just get the motor running and go. You know, throttle, engine, on, off. But it won't go. I couldn't figure out. I couldn't circumvent the module. Now, I don't need a speedometer. I don't need a tachometer. I certainly don't need an oil gauge, although that's a good thing to have. I can put a separate oil gauge in that has nothing to do with the system. But at the time, there was no way to circumvent the module, or no one would tell me how to do it, or no one knew how to do it that I talked to. I don't know. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a way to make that motor run. Because like in a car, you could buy a buzz box that just puts out voltage to the plug constantly, 40,000 volts. And I never tried that. I don't know what it would do to the motor. It doesn't give you a top dead center spark, but it'll get your car running to get it back. If your distributor cap or wires or something, it puts 40,000 volts into the distributor cap. It don't matter whether the rotor is working or not. It just constantly gives voltage. But there got to be a way to make that motor run. Anybody know how to do that? Bypass the module on a jet ski? Good night, Michael. Happy Valentine's Day. It's the day the boss is ready to go. Ha 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 ha. Good night, folks. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay myself. I'm gonna actually make breakfast. I didn't make breakfast. Yeah, I did. I had breakfast. Then I have lunch. Wow, it's 4 o'clock, or it can't be 4 o'clock. It's 2 o'clock. Still raining. What I could do is I need to eat. I really need to eat. You know what I could do? I could let you guys watch one of my barge dragging videos. I could do that. I think I'll do that. And then you could say, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Vision problems.
He never owned a barge. He's not mechanical. Oh God, let's get a barge dragon. While I cook, you watch. Okay, let's see if we get a barge dragon out of this. I don't know that I have these on this channel. Typhoon barge, Fazio's barge, big yellow barge, barge dragon, towing Little Creek Marina. I remember that. Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah. I'll show you a video that you people can't even, you would be crying if you went through this. I was stuck out on a barge outside Cape Hatteras in Norfolk, Virginia. Little Creek Marina in a 75, 85 mile an hour, 170 mile an hour kilometer winds. By myself. On a barge. With running out of fuel, I had to be rescued by the Coast Guard. It's true. Let's see which one this is. At night. Oh yeah, you're gonna love this. Okay, so I'm out at night. The bridge in the background is the bridge tunnel, the Chesapeake Bridge Tunnel barge. I'm having dinner. I'm trying to get off of a sand. I ported before the bridge tunnel because the weather was bad. And the weather was getting worse by the moment. And it got worse. And it got worse. And then it got worse. And then it got worse. And then it got more worse. And I had to I had to call up the Coast Guard. So yeah, this is going to be... and then I went through, you're going to see Little Creek Marina, Battle Creek, Virginia. Right here is Battle Creek, Virginia, where they keep the warships. I went past all the submarines. Where is that? Let's see if those are the ships, the warships in Norfolk, Virginia. Yeah, I'll start it at the beginning with the sound. So you're going to get to see you're going to see a storm. You're going to see me getting screwed proper. I mean proper. Where I thought the tunnel bridge was. But here it is. In my journal, I wrote about a cove that I got into in the middle of the night. It's pitch black at 8 o'clock in a storm. And this is it. Now, there's that tunnel bridge, whatever that means. I don't know what that means, tunnel bridge. There's another bridge over there, and this is where I thought the tunnel bridge was. But it ended up to be a dead-end cove. I don't know if I could get to that bridge from that little inlet there, because that was sand this morning. The problem for a few minutes is I'm trying to hold the camera, run the barge, and we got rough seas. So, now there's the lighthouse. That protects this cove. I'm gonna.
There it was.
I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit to where I'm trying to get off this shoal. I got stuck. I thought the chart said it was a deep water port, but it wasn't. It had been filled in over the years, and the barge was getting beat up. I had to get the barge out of there before low tide. Took an hour. Last night. It was high tide, and it wasn't that rough. But it's going to be a bitch getting out of here. And I don't know, even if I can, that's the other section that I have to navigate. Somehow I got to get out of that mess. That's right dead center. There's a shallow, there's a deep spot, but it's not buoyed. Nothing in this damn state is buoyed. The only buoys you see are clear water buoys and green flashing lights for an obstruction, but they only cover 1/3 of the obstruction. You're supposed to know that the damn thing is a mile long when the buoys are only 1/4 of a mile apart. You have to have a chart. What do you need a chart for? There's 100-mile of beach. They ought to just buoy it off. Anyway, I'm going to close this cabin door. I just finished fueling up again. This is so much damn fun. Imagine that. Me sucking on the end of this damn hose all day, sometimes 15, 20 times a day, sucking down diesel fuel. It is so much fun. God damn. If there's ever a diesel fuel contest, drinking contest, I'm going to enter it because I can do 2 shots of diesel fuel and I don't even get a upset stomach anymore. I straightened out the dash. Today was fuel filters that were so dirty. My fuel filters were so clogged up that I was running on 10% power last night, install and just put it in gear. When I took them out this morning, they were black. There was a 1/2 inch of gook at the bottom of each one of the secondaries, big secondaries, but the primaries was squeaky clean, not even so much as a speck, so I left them on. My main concern is getting out of this harbor. It's 2:31. I've been working on a motor since 11:30, fueling up the barge and changing the filters and cleaning the oil. My God, I must have dropped 5 gallons of diesel fuel in the water this morning. It's a messy job. The water's coming over the back. It started pouring again, otherwise I'd show you. The water comes over the back of the barge, up 15, 20 feet. Where I was working, I had to put blocks of wood and stand on top of the filters, the drums of oil and the filter canisters, just to keep from getting wet up to my knees. Now all I got to do is go around this inlet here, about 500 yards out, 500 yards over, and make a left, and I'll be at the tunnel bridge. It's disappeared again. There. Now you can't see it, it's too far. It's over there. There it is. Tunnel bridge. Who the hell? Virginia. It reminds me of New Jersey for some reason. Well, there's my best friend in the world. Oh my God. If I could get people to live out on a barge for a week, just 1 week, 7 days, and have salami and cheese sandwiches for 7 days in 30 and 40 and 50 degree weather with rain, I could sell 60 million cans of tomato juice in the
first 10 seconds they get off the barge. Tomato juice. The first time I had something warm in 6 days was a can of Campbell's tomato juice mixed in with some cheese and made it like a tomato soup. But I could sell this stuff. All I got to do is get everybody in the world to live on a barge for a week in the cold. And I could sell 60 million cans in 10 seconds. They'd be climbing the walls for that stuff, warm and American cheese sliced. Don't even care if it's good cheese, just cheese. My God. I did the dishes this morning, as you can see. You can't see that I cleaned up, but I did. That's my bedding area. It's drying as well as anything dries in this rain. You can see, I don't know if you can see it. Depends on the lens quality. But it's raining pretty good out there. Well, maybe it stopped. No, it just slowed down. And I can't take this camera outside. It might be expensive, but it's not waterproof. Well, I'm going to go put all this fuel nonsense away, scrub down the deck, and try to get out that little inlet right over there. That might be deep because there is a bridge at the end of this cove, even though it's not buoyed though. It's not buoyed. How could they bring a bridge in? How could they bring in a cove without no buoys to the bridge? How do they do this? See you later. Then my next adventure arrives. There's this Michael Fazio with things that I don't know, signing off. Well, here we go.
For 2 years, a secret army of federal and private contractors has been working quietly. Its mission is to develop a government-sanctioned technology.
I got it. So I must be able to get back out of that same channel. It's going to get snotty out there, though. There's 5-foot seas. But I got to get out of here and move over one inlet and then funnel it. Got the stern right in reverse.
vision problems? Try adding this to a glass of water before bed. Scientists at the world-renowned December 15th. I'm being towed into port by the Coast Guard. Why this is happening, I don't know. I had my spud busted. I broke loose. I went out of the harbor. I got stuck in a vortex. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't go forward. I couldn't back up. I finally got out. My fuel filters clogged. I fixed them. I put new filters in. I started heading for the bridge. I couldn't get to the bridge. I turned around. The wind changed, or the tide that was in that vortex changed and prevented me from getting back. So I figured I'd go for the other side of the bridge. 3 hours to get to the bridge. It was 2 miles away. And my fuel filters clogged again. I changed them. When I changed them, I didn't put a seal back in properly. I was going through the bridge. I looked at my fuel gauge. It was down to next to nothing. I ran downstairs. There was oil spraying all over the motors. I fixed it, but I lost over 50 gallons of fuel. I put it back in. I took fuel from the crane, and I headed in towards shore where there were 12-foot waves by this time. It was beating me to death. I had to call the Coast Guard. I called the towing service. No one could come, and the Coast Guard came. I dumped everything I had of fuel. I took the fuel out of the welder. I took the fuel out of the pump. I took the fuel out of the 1-gallon containers. I took everything I had out of the crane, except for 3 gallons or 4 gallons. I turned over every 55-gallon drum and every plastic container I had with fuel in it, and I got 25 gallons of fuel. I made it to where there was a little leak. The waves were about 5 to 7s. And I finally got a line on at 3:35 in the morning. I'm so tired. I stink of diesel fuel. I have diesel fuel right down to my underwear, my socks, my shoes, from dumping the containers upside down. Waves were going from the front of the barge to the back of the barge, stem to stern, crossways, sideways. One went right over the deck of the crane. That's 6 feet higher than the water, and it came splashing back on my radiators and almost stopped the motors. It was so high. It had to be close to 17, 18 foot breaking over the front. I am tired. Then, just as we were getting close enough to get a line on, I fell down on a piece of steel. Almost broke my thigh. That hurts now. Then a wave hit the battery box and I lost communication with the Coast Guard. I didn't know what they wanted to do. They didn't know what I wanted to do. This is a bad thing. But it could have been much worse. I was 700 to 900 feet away from the shore with a 4,200-pound anchor out, weight out, and the barge was headed towards shore. When they told me they couldn't get a commercial towing vessel to help me, that's when I started dumping fuel containers, cutting hoses off of everything, siphoning stuff. I was picking up 55-gallon drums with 20 gallons of fuel and putting them on my knee and tipping them into 4 or 5 containers at a time, running upstairs with whatever I could get, throwing it in the tank, water and all. I had no idea what the hell was going on. I was in a world of shit, folks. Not that I think I'm in any less of a world of shit now, but I was in a real world of shit at fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. At least now I'm safe. They're towing me in. Oh, the series of events that led to this escapade is just phenomenal. I got bad fuel 3 days ago. Built this clogs last night. I fixed them last night. I fixed them again this morning. I left. I had to fix them again 2 hours later. Replace them again 2 hours later. And then I almost got through the bridge and had to replace them again 4 times. And then they ran up into the bridge this time to get me a line to the Coast Guard. My batteries were stone dead. I couldn't even get a radio transmission to the Coast Guard at 1 o'clock when I saw myself starting to be grounded. About 700 to 900 feet from shore, they told me they weren't getting me a vessel. I tried them and they worked. Both of them. They started both motors twice so I could get the motors primed. But they were too dead to run a radio, but they started both motors twice. If you don't believe in God, I do. With that, I'm going to get back in touch with the Coast Guard because I brought another battery on board. I brought another battery into the pilot house and I'm going to try to establish communications with them. Oh boy. Oh boy. One for the record.
Ready? Wow. Yeah.
I'm a mess. I am a mess. I'm so cold, I can't feel myself. I need to get the light on me again. December 15th is not a good day for me. That is not wet in my hair, that's fuel oil. Fuel oil on top of fuel oil on top of fuel oil. I have fuel oil through 3 layers of clothes, socks and shoes. My feet aren't even wet, there's so much fuel oil on me. The waves were coming over the barge in the center of the crane.
Yes, sir. Channel 14, please stand by.
Where the crane is in front of the radiators. They would. This is not a good thing. This is a very bad thing that's going on right now. I've been being towed for about 5 hours, and I have no idea where port is or if we're gonna make it. The crane slid back about 2 or 3 feet. The waves are getting worse. They're probably 8 to 10 foot steady. The front of the barge is going down each time through the wave. As you can see, I'm getting 3 feet over the bit. This is a very bad thing. I'm going to reserve this for the batteries are going dead. I don't know what I'm going to reserve it for. I don't even know if the battery's going to make it to shore.
Hanggang sa isang araw, nagpunta ako sa salon at sinabi ng staff na mahina ang buhok mo.
have a barge, but as you can see, it's been completely disrupted. Everything is the same way. Looks like you got hit with a storm. That's the vessel that helped me out. Point Huron. And that's the Bonita, the assisting vessel. My goodness. It took me a month to get this barge in order. It took 10 hours for the storm to destroy it all. Well, it's December 15th, and I'm alive and the barge is still floating. A considerable amount of damage has been done from the storm that I just incurred over the last 2 days. It was a non-stop effort to keep the barge from not just getting damaged, but from completely being annihilated in up to 12-foot seas, plus some 15-footers sneaking in there. I straightened out the pilot house, and this is where I've been living for 12 days now. Just recently, though, I discovered fire. I have been freezing my butt off in this pilot house for the last 12 days, well 11. Yesterday I discovered fire. And I find it hard to believe that I didn't think of this earlier, but Mother Nature is the necessity is the mother. Necessity is the mother of invention. And I discovered an invention last night. I was going to use that for heat, but it runs on white gas, and that's expensive, and there hasn't been a place I could get white gas since I poured it. Then I was going to use my little stove for heat, and that wouldn't work either, because that runs on white gas, and I haven't gotten any white gas. Oh, this is how we seal the cracks at night, with shirts and sweatshirts and the dirty blankets, life jackets, plywood. Anything that we get our little hands on, we seal the cracks up, because at night it gets breezy in here. Newspaper works quite well too. You have some nice damp newspaper. But last night we discovered fire. So this is how we heat the cabin, and in 3 or 4 minutes, the cabin is hot enough
Look at those nails. Look how nice I keep my nails manicured. That's what it looks like, what you look like when you live on a barge for a month and you're working on engines. Manicured, highly manicured nails. And you people think that you're going to kowtow me down on YouTube? I laugh in your face.
take your clothes off and to get changed, and it gets the dampness out of the air in a matter of seconds. We're not going to keep that running because it's not cold right now. But I have discovered fire, and fire is a good thing sometimes. It's warm in here already. Now I'm going to open up the window and show you what the storm damage did to the barge. It wasn't so much a storm as I left port thinking that I had the wind behind me, and I did for the area that I was in. But it said that the wind was going to change, and it did. Right now I'm at Little Creek Naval Station, and there are some of the sites that I see. There's a crane barge over there. There's several of them working all over the place. And I would imagine I'm going to be able to get fuel from somebody in one of these places. These are the cool things, though. Got some nice and I don't know about battleships where they are, but there's some nice Navy ships. There were 3 more of those this morning, all along there. They must have took them out. They must be going to play. That's right, they did say they were going to have war games today. Heard it on the radio. And there's some more of them big bad boys. Those are not I think most of those are supply ships and stuff. They have little turrets though. Little gun turrets. Like that one there. That looks like a gun turret. And there's a bunch of those. There's a dry docking thing over there for beach crafting. I can't find it right now. But it's over there.
Hey, I'm Kayla, and I'm one of the AI voices for Revoicer. I can be sad, and you'll think that I might break down and cry any.
Okay, we're gonna go outside as far as I can go with this. Breakfast, anyone? As far as I can go with, I put that on so tight last night that I'm having difficulty getting it off. This is what your hands look like after fooling around with motors for 10 days and not taking a shower or a bath. Not a good thing at all. Now I can't get the door open because I put so much dirty clothes stuff out there that I can't get the door open. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to climb out the damn window. That's not supposed to be like that though. There's not enough stuff out there to block the door. I'm gonna have to climb out the window. Well, you can't really see too much from here. The gang box is a little bit discombobulated. And all that wood on the deck over there, that was all under the crane. We haven't even started yet though. This is some of the nastiest storm damage I have ever incurred. I have never been out in rougher weather, let alone been out in rougher weather on this barge. Which is a good barge, because if you ever heard the expression, takes a licking and keeps on ticking, you ain't never seen anything like what happened yesterday. You'll see some of the video. Those clothes have to be washed. This is something that you might... This was all nice and neat the other day. This is what the entire barge has become like. Everything is discombobulated and upside down. Plus I'm only about 2 inches higher than the water on this side and the back because 2 containers must have filled up. Near as I can figure. But these barrels were all tied in nice and neat the other day. We're all nice and neat. And underneath those barrels are tools, wrenches, ropes. I had to uncut the barrels, uncut the lashing, in order that I could pick the barrels up on my leg, put them on my knee, and dump them into 5-gallon buckets like that Zep bucket over there, so that I could get enough fuel in the machine if it was going to start. Now, we didn't know if it was going to start, and it should not have started, but divine intervention, I'm sure, played an important part. This is, as you can see, the barge submerged in the back because 2 containers filled up. I think they're the containers that have the hatches on them. I hope they are, because if they're not, that means that I got a hole in some of the canisters. This is the welder shifted back, oh, I guess 2 feet. It wasn't there before. Matter of fact, that steel that's sticking off the back of the barge, the waves hit this barge so hard that it pushed that steel, that 2,000-pound weight that's on top of the steel, the 1,000-pound bucket, the propellers, and all the rest of the things that are on top of the steel. It moved them back, and they were almost to the edge of the barge. It moved them back 3 feet, and that could be one reason why the barge is sitting a little low, plus the crane is back. It moved them back 3 feet and over from the edge of the barge 1.5 feet. Because that piece of steel that's by the post there was up and in front and locked onto that post on that little pole there. So that'll give you an idea what the force was. The battery box has been turned from there to that position there and moved back, well, not too many, maybe an inch or so, but that's ripped off from the housing, the engine housing. It wasn't bolted in, but it had 300 pounds of batteries in it, and the weight of the box itself. You can see my barrels are all discombobulated. The life raft was off the edge of the barge, as you saw in some of the other pictures. The bottom was washed out of it from waves coming from over. Now, I know this is hard to believe, but I have some pictures, and I don't know if I got pictures of those waves, but the waves were coming over the top of the spud well. The barge was dipping down, the waves were coming over the spud well, and at this point back here, 30 feet back, there was still 2 feet of water on the barge. The water was running right past to the end of the barge, down to the back here, constantly for 5 hours while I was being towed. And when I had my rock out, which is that 4,000-pound weight that's in the front, that's my rock, as the Coast Guard called it, I had a 4,200-pound weight, and I was moving 10 feet a minute, or better, sometimes 15 feet, 20 feet a minute, with that rock out on a 120-foot line in 20 feet of water. And the waves were pushing the barge up and down on a 45-degree angle, which in turn pulled the crane back, not too far though, just pulled the crane back about 1 foot
closer to the pilot house, but the lashing I had on it held up. The pipe that you see over there, that pipe, that was against, almost against the pad that holds the crane there with the rope on it. That rod washed away. The spud snapped off in the storm before it. I lost the mat that was on here during the storm. The mat washed up on the side of the deck. It was a complete wipeout, the mat. The mat is gone. I'll never see the mat again. It busted up, and then it was hanging on by a bolt, and then the bolt was gone. And I couldn't do anything about it because the waves were washing over the deck. It's very hard to describe what it looks like when waves are washing over the deck. Surprisingly enough, these barrels didn't get washed off the deck, but like that barrel didn't have a dent in it, and it got beat up so bad it got dented that bad. Or every piece of lumber that was under the crane is just not under the crane anymore. It's someplace else. And the welder, as you can see, here's the side of the barge. The welder was parallel. The welder was 2 feet away from the muffler and over that way more, and parallel to where about it is now, plus out about another foot. And now, that's from waves now. Waves hit the side of the barge so hard they moved a 4,000 or 5,000 pound piece of equipment around. The waves moved my rock from the front edge of the barge, which is up there. It moved my rock from there on that double steel piece on the floor there to over there on the side of the barge. On the barge, it moved a 4,200 pound piece of steel 4 feet away from its original position. Now, if you don't think the waves were slapping the front of the barge, well then slap me silly. Well, it also busted one little section of the floor out over there. That was welded in, but it moved. So I guess between it was welded, but it really wasn't welded that good. On one end was welded good, the other end, that knocked that piece out, and now you see that piece laying over there. It looks like a U-channel. That piece belongs in there, and it's 12 feet long. Oh no, that's all. I guess it's only a short section. I guess that's the shortest section. It either snapped it or busted it out. One or the other. It's not there anymore.
We finally found it, right? We finally found the thing that's helping you become pain-free and get rid of this chronic pain.
I'm 27.
There are two left on the outside. They washed to the back of the deck and got hung up on the pump. The gang box, as you can see, has been uprooted and discombobulated. The staircase has got a foot of lumber underneath it. The only thing that runs real good right now is the crane. This piece of wood here, I think this piece of wood saved the day. I really do. I don't know why I have that feeling, but when the waves were crashing over the deck from the front of the barge, which is up there, to back here, which is about 30 feet, 32 feet, this was breaking the waves from busting this piece of plywood here. And you really can't see it, but that piece of plywood straight down the middle there, that was stopping the waves from hitting the motors. This piece of plywood also stopped the waves from, I don't know how the motors would have reacted to getting washed down with salt water, but they did get washed down with salt water from the back, and I don't know how they're going to react to that either. I don't know if I have salt water in the oil yet or not. But I'm not worried about that because I have a barge. I still have a barge. No one would admit that I have much brains, but the amount of things that I did to preserve this barge from being totally wiped out, I don't believe there's anybody else on the entire planet Earth could have did all the things that I did under the duress that I was underneath, in the cold, with waves beating on them from stem to stern. I think most people would have just wanted to get off and said, that's it, I've had enough of this. After 12 days of doing the same thing day in and day out, one obstacle after another, after another, after another, after another. Nothing but obstacles. And all an obstacle is a solution waiting to happen. Chris told me that. Chris is my friend and my boss in Florida. And he's a good friend and he's a good boss. Whenever he has a problem, he just figures out how to do it, how to overcome it, and then that's one less obstacle. But there were many of them, and they were repeating themselves 3 and 4 times in a day, such as the oil filter situation, that I got 4, I had to change the oil filters 4 times in a matter of only minutes, only hours, where the last time I changed the oil filters was when I left New York Port. But prior to that was 5 years ago was the last time I had to change my filters. 5 years. I changed my filters 4 times in 18 hours. Let's see what those ships look like. The fitting time to be in a harbor full of warships, 12:15, which was the day that I had gotten stabbed and went DOA to the hospital, and 12:15, which is the day the barge was actually rescued, but I'm in a harbor full of warships. The United States government spares no expense, ladies and gentlemen. Your tax dollars hard at work. Although, let me explain something to you about the United States government. As corrupt and evil as it may be, had it not been for the United States Coast Guard getting to the scene when they did, and then putting a line on that post right there, a double cable bridle on that post, and towing me for not an hour or 2, but for 12 and a half continuous hours of non-stop weather beating me to death on the barge. Had it not been for the United States Coast Guard, the barge would be in pieces. All of my worldly possessions that were on the barge, and there are quite a bit of them, would be nothing more than relics on a beachfront right now. I'd probably be being sued for salvage, for somebody to salvage the stuff off the beach, and I'd have to pay for that. I would have nothing, no cameras, no nothing. No cameras, guns, whatever was on board, video cameras, tools, equipment, cranes, nothing. I would have nothing right now, nothing. And I would be in a hole for $50,000 or more dollars. So the United States government, even though they spared no expense, they sent not 1, but 2 80-foot cruisers and a 40-foot cutter to escort me for 12 and a half hours to this harbor, put me at this dock, and was allowing me to stay until I effect any and all repairs necessary in order for me to get back on course. So whatever anybody bad can say about the Coast Guard, don't tell it to me, tell it to somebody else, because I'm not interested. As you can see, that's my 90 weight oil, and by no means was it full, but it's probably got 10 gallons of water at the bottom, which doesn't mean it's bad, but this is the kind of damage, this is the kind of thing that was going on. Waves were washing all over the place, folks. All over the place. All of those pans and boxes you see, they were all stowed nice and neat somewhere. See that milk crate? That was underneath the front of the crane. Yeah, this was all neat under here. as most people would attest to it, anybody who saw the rig before it left, there were 2 drums of oil in there and there. They're gone, but they're on the outside now. Somehow they managed to slip outside. That's the orange and the black drum you see there. That pump is probably full of water. It's the water pump anyway, so what difference does it make, right? Yeah, okay. And I need to start effecting repairs immediately because it's going to start to get dark and I haven't any lights and I need to do a lot. I need to do laundry and I need to do quite a bit of stuff. Quite a bit of things to do. I haven't taken a shower in 5 days. I need a shower. There is some tugboats over there though. Right there, I think that tugboat's going to be my savior. Because I know that tugboats have showers on them, and right behind that tugboat is another tugboat that's going to be back in a little while with a barge. I know it's coming back because all the crew's cars are there. And I'm sure they'll let me take a shower and give me water off the boat. It's a construction barge, it's not a Navy barge. And then later I'm going to meander around. I'm on a Navy base. I can't really get on or off it, but I can stay on it, and I'll probably be able to get a pass for tonight and see what they do in the United States Navy. Man, there's a lot of money over there. Warships. That's it. Make your money in warships. Imagine if you could invest in warships. I think you do. I think it's called the United States Savings Bonds. Well, I'm going to go. And this is the tape that has some of the scenes on it. Yeah, I think this pretty much has all the scenes from yesterday to today on it. And I'll talk to you all later. Now, in all likelihood, you could see that this gang box is off its pedestal, back up against the tire, and it's full of water for sure because I can't move it more than a 1/4 inch with a 12-foot stick. This is the rest of the deck, the gang box. In all likelihood, I'm going to run out of battery power in less than 30 or 40 seconds. And there's my barbecue. I just want to try to give you an idea. These 2 tanks were underneath and behind where they're sitting now. And all of this stuff here that you see accumulated up in front of it was all someplace else on the barge. All this stuff. The tank. The motors are squeaky clean. And these tools that I'm going to zoom in underneath there, that box of tools was behind this gang box and by that piece of wood up there by the tire. How they got there, they must have walked themselves from that tire to this tire to underneath the pad to across there underneath that plank. Oh baby, just finished the cups. Come on, you got enough. You got it. Just warm me up. Well, we have 3 minutes left, and this is how I dry my clothes, with this torch. Every morning I wake up. And put my clothes over the fire like that. Only been on fire 1 time since I started this mess, 4 times, 4 days ago. And that was with this shirt that I have on right now. And that was about 20 minutes ago. I wrote down in my journal that I'm having a problem here with my knee. And I am. I punched a hole in it right here about 3 days ago during the storm, and the whole thing is infected. you can see the infection is starting to spread around to the side of the leg. It was just on the top here, and now it's spreading around to the side. I took 3 painkillers in order for me to sleep last night. One of them usually knocks me out for 12 hours. I had to take one every 4 hours last night, though. My hands are starting to get clean. About as clean as they've been in the last 5 days. Here's my clothing rack. You really can't see. Oh yeah, I dry my clothes with, like I said, with the torch. I keep the torch on for about an hour before I go to bed, and a half hour in the morning before I wake up, and I warm myself up with it. You gotta watch out for stuff like that, though. It goes right up on fire. Yeah, and put you right on fire. That went on fire twice already, that little piece. I don't know why I just don't cut it off, but I don't. There's my auxiliary battery. That's just about dead. My auxiliary battery. And I had my other batteries charged up by the Mary Hope last night. That's about... Last night I went to sleep. It was so raining so hard I couldn't see across the bay to the battleships over there. And then it got dark at 4 o'clock. My auxiliary battery was just about out of time, out of charge. I couldn't put the light on to read because I needed the radio this morning to wake up with and to find out. And we'll leave you with man's best friend because I'm just about out of time. Right now I'm going to get up and siphon the bad fuel out of the tank. I tipped it over with the crane yesterday. Hopefully all the bad stuff went to one side and settled where I can get the siphon hose in it. And then that will be my last thing I do before I try the batteries that the...
And that's that. That's just one tape. That's the best tape of the 3 hours that I have. I don't know how much of this. Some of you guys probably came and left. So when you see some little weasel on YouTube telling you that, oh my God, I died, and I laugh at them. I laugh at them. So let's go. Let me go over to the comments section here. Freebird. Thank God for the U.S. Coast Guard. Yeah, that was quite a storm. That my barge. The Coast Guard also has a video that they use for training exercises. They wanted me to leave my barge and go on their ship. And I said, no, I won't do that. No, you have to. I said, no, cut me loose. I'm not going on your barge. Because if the cable would have snapped, there would be no way to get back. I was on the barge when they threw me the monkey. So the Coast Guard threw me the monkey, and then I pulled the cable that was attached to the monkey over to my barge and set it up on the bit. But if the barge would have broke loose, for any reason at all, there would be nobody on the barge to catch the monkey. A monkey is a ball about that big, a heavy plastic ball with a lead weight in it, and you spin it around like a bolo and you throw it. And that's the line, and the line goes... I would have loved seeing you hook up. I was out on the deck. Oh, you remember those waves, yeah? I was out on the deck getting washed. The waves were pushing me right back to the gang box or the steps. I had to wait in between waves, run ahead. I missed it a few times too. I missed the sling to the bit. The waves were actually just pushing me right back in a direction I could not withstand. The waves were 2 and 3 feet higher than the bit. So how do you push against, 6, 7 foot wall of water? You don't. So that was the best thing I could get, was I'd get forward and I'd get washed back. I don't know how many times. It was a couple of times I missed the bit. And I was cold. It was cold. It was December 15th. The water was cold. The wind was cold. It was cold. Yeah, you would have loved seeing me hook up. I have a lot of parts of those videos, a lot more that I wish I would have had. It would have made a nice documentary, what not to do. And none of that would have happened if I didn't have bad fuel. I got bad fuel from the guy at the fuel dock. They probably got it from the bottom of their tank, and it had all the sludge from from the whole year worth of sludge, and he probably just pumped it dry into my tank. And I mean, who carries 12 filters? I had a box of 12 filters. You need 2 sock filters, 5 inches in diameter and 14 inches long. I had 12 of those. I had 12, those are primaries, and then I had 12 secondaries. So I used 8 primary filters, 5 inches in diameter by 14 inches long. They're called sock filters. They were clogged up solid. There was nothing, whatever came out of the bad fuel got stuck in the sock like it's supposed to. But most people would have one or 2 sets of filters. I had a box of 12. In case something like that happened, you get bad fuel, you don't know how many socks you're going to use. And when I ordered the box of 12, the guy said, "What are you buying 12 filters for?" I said, "What if I get bad fuel?" And he goes, "Well, if you want 12, I'll sell you 12, but usually..." I said, "Yeah, I know how many filters I should buy, but I need 12. Just sell me 12, okay? Thank you." So if I didn't have them, I would have never gotten the barge started after I got out of that harbor. I don't know what would have happened. I have no idea. So when you hear some clown on YouTube come on, "You don't know what you're doing. You never owned a barge. You never owned a boat." And I look at them and I laugh, because I have lots of videos like that. I have videos of me working on the barge during nice weather too, but I don't usually share those. Not that I don't share them, they're just private videos. I have a whole box of tapes of barge stuff. A lot of what I did was unpermitted. It was. Well, some people would call that tenacity. When I listen to that word, I'm going, yeah, okay. You're tenacity. You have tenacity. Yep. So when I watch you people on YouTube, not you, Freebird, because I don't know you that well, but I watch these people on YouTube. I can do this. And I watched them do some stupid stuff. And I'm going, that's not even... First of all, it's not hard. It's stupid what you're doing. Like, I'll give you for instance. Some people think that riding a motorcycle without a helmet is an achievement. Now, me, I think of that as being foolish. When you think about riding a motorcycle without a helmet, that's not being brave. To me, that's being foolish. Now, it depends on where you are, of course. Like if you're out in California on US 1, then if you're out in California on US 1, it's smooth as glass. It's a beautiful road. It's well maintained. You can ride a motorcycle or a scooter without a helmet. I wouldn't do it, but you could. But if you're in the Philippines riding a scooter with the rocks and dogs and cats and goats and pigs and just basically gravel on the street, I wouldn't do that. That's not being tough. It's not being smart. It's being foolish. That's why when I always said I would never ride a motorcycle, and I would not, but I'd buy one of those trikes because they're a lot more stable. The damn thing the trike weighs 1,400 pounds, pretty stable. And I'm not going to go racing around on it. Plus, it's got some really heavy-duty 1.5-inch bars to protect your legs. But some people think that being a tough guy is riding a motorcycle without a helmet. I think that's foolish. But so when I compare myself, when I look at other men going, I'm a man. You're a man. You do what I did. You see the barge, that's just one. What about owning the barge? I did that for 15 years. From 1988, 11 years. From 1988 to 1999. 11 years I did that. And before that, I did that in Dock Builders Union and other stuff. So that's manly stuff. Walking steel, climbing pilings, monking on top of steel. Not riding a motorcycle without a helmet is not a manly thing. I don't think it's a man. I think it's a stupid thing. Go into the hospital on a Saturday night or Friday night and see how many motorcycle injuries there are where the meat is torn down to the bone. Bones are sticking through the flesh because they're riding around without leathers. Okay, no one's going to wear leathers in the Philippines, but the head wounds, you have no protection on your head. Your head is not that strong compared to the street. My friend hit a dog at 55 miles an hour, no helmet. I wore one ever since. Yeah. I mean, hey, Flying Circus, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for the comment. My dad didn't wear a helmet. He had an Indian motorcycle with a suicide shifter on the side. And him and his friend were coming back from Rockaway, Queens, and his friend just lost control. I don't know why. And he wasn't going that fast. They weren't breaking the speed limit or anything. And his head hit a tree. And he was dead. His head was split wide open like an egg. As my father said, his head looked like the inside of an egg. And he wore a helmet after that. I had a friend of mine, and this is a true story, Billy Etzel. Billy was probably one of the best motorcycle riders ever that I knew, that I grew up with. Now, I never rode a motorcycle. I rode my father's Honda 550 and my brother's Suzuki, but I would ride it at night. I wore a full bell helmet. I wouldn't fool around. I didn't race on it. I went fast, but none of that crazy stuff. But Billy could take his 1000 Kawasaki and put it on a wheelie and go from one end of the block to the other with no problem at all. 1000 Kawasaki. He was one of the best motorcycle riders anybody ever saw. So my office was 10 Coleman Square. His house was 1 block away. And he had the 1000 Kawasaki. He just had a baby. Just that week. He had a baby girl. And I heard the ambulances going up the block. And I knew most of the people on the block. It was 1 block away from my office. So I closed up my office and I went up the block. It was Billy. Head was just looked like you needed a sponge. He was selling his motorcycle that day to a guy that came to buy the motorcycle. And he said, let me take one more ride on it. One spin down the block. And he lost control coming back up the block. And he died right there. Now, this guy rode a motorcycle like a madman for 8 or 10 years that I knew him. I knew him since we were children. He was one of the best motorcyclists I ever saw in my life. I mean, he could do anything on a motorcycle. He could do wheelies. He could turn around. He could make turns on the corner. This is back in the 70s now. This is not any of these new high-tech motorcycles, you know. And he died right there. I mean, they sponged him off the ground. So, had he had a helmet on, nothing would have happened to him. Nothing at all. He just would have, his head hit the curb and that was it. It was over. Motorcycle helmets are a good thing. Freebird, I can't imagine by yourself in freezing wet temperatures in waves like that. It's amazing to me. Thank you, Freebird. Some can't fix this. This is drama-free, chat. We're doing drama-free. Notice. Stop that, flying circus. Freebird says, I was a boilermaker, welder, on the water. I would have swam to that Coast Guard boat and left you on that barge. That's right. You were the one that knew about the boilers in Leyte, the water boilers. Yes. Yeah. And you know what? I have been on moving vessels out in storms. And I don't have a video of it, but Hardbody, Jimmy Ennis. Jimmy Ennis and I, okay, so I'm going to rebuild huge amount of docks in Sheepshead Bay, a lot of docks. So it was before I owned the barge, but the deal was I had to get rid of the old docks. So what I did is I sold the old docks to somebody where I lived. The boat that I had a 140 horse Evinrude on it, but the motor had blown up. And it was in the shop to be repaired. So I took a 50 horse Evinrude motor with me in my truck, and I built a bracket on the back of a dock. And Sheepshead Bay was like 9 miles from my house. And it was a beautiful day. It was a beautiful day to take a boat ride. But it might have been a weekend because Jimmy loved his partying. And Jimmy and we got on I thought that this was going to be well, anyway, it was 3 hours. I went through 2 tanks of gas. I had a friend of mine that stopped by when he saw me cruising through the bay on the dock and says, what's up? I says, I need you to go get me a couple of tanks of gas. I didn't think it was going to take that much gas. And he goes, well, and he went and got me 2 tanks of gas from Dead Horse Bay. Dead Horse Bay wasn't so far away. And he came back and gave me the 2 tanks, and Jimmy said, we're not going to make it. So I said, well, what do you want me to do, Jim? You know, you work for me. Like it was still daytime. He goes, at 5 o'clock I'm swimming to shore. He looked at his watch. He goes, it's 5 o'clock. He took his wallet and his watch out of his pocket. He gave it to me. He goes, I'll see you tomorrow. And he dove off the dock and swam to shore. And he waved to me from shore and he ran home. He was a Marine Corps. He had just gotten out of the Marine Corps and he used to run 5 miles a day. So for him, running home from where we were, which was near the pier, it was by Pennsylvania Avenue. It was not far. It was probably 1.5 miles to 2 miles to his house. And he just goes, I'll see you later, Mike. And he dove off the barge. I'll never forget that. We laughed about that for years. So I didn't end up getting home until like 8 o'clock at night. And I was tired. I pulled up my docks next to where I lived. And I took the motor off the boat the next day. And I sold the docks. And that was it. I made a lot of money selling the docks. They were nice docks, but the guy wanted new docks. Yeah, but people have abandoned me before, and Bobby would have abandoned me off the coast of Rockaway, but the waves were 6 and 8 foot, and it was the dead center, middle of January, and it was like 5 degrees out. He goes, Mike, if it wasn't so cold, I'd be swimming to shore. I said, Bob, you could go to shore if you want. No, Mike, it's okay. I'll stay with you. I'm going, thanks, Bob. I've had a lot of people say they wanted to abandon ship with me. Believe me when I tell you. It's the truth, too. I don't know that Bobby's still alive. But he's wanted to get off the barge on more than one occasion. We were out in a storm as big as that storm and more for 2.5 hours. We had clear water, clear weather coming out of Jones's Inlet. Jones's Inlet's one of the most hazardous inlets on the East Coast. We hit 10-foot waves. We hit a squall, and 10-foot waves spun the barge completely around because the current going into Jones's Inlet just made a whirlpool there. I had no idea. I wanted to take it at slack tide, but it was freezing cold, and we were numb from working outside wet all day. And I said, Bobby, you want to go home? He goes, yeah, let's go home. Because we could have got a car and took the car home, but I had to leave the barge in Jones's Beach. Then I have to go back the next day. So it was like 11 o'clock in the morning. I said, let's go. But we missed the tide. Well, by the time we got up the coast from Jones's Inlet, that was terrible. But by the time we got up to about 110th Street in Rockaway, there was a squall, like 70, 80 miles an hour, pushing against the barge. And the barge was moving about, I don't know, a half a mile an hour. So it took 4 hours to go 2 miles. And the waves and the barge, we had no food on the barge because we had eaten lunch, and we should have been home in 6 hours. So now we left at 11. We hit this squall around 4. At 6 o'clock, we were we were still a half a mile from Rockaway Point, and we were hungry. We were cold. We were so cold that we took our jackets and wrapped the jackets around the both of us, like for body heat. And he goes, do you have anything to eat? And I said, well, there's a bottle of 7-Up that's been under the pilot house, under where I kept the maps for about 2 years, and there's a pepperoni under there too. So because I was running the barge, I'm not going to look down underneath the thing. He goes, how do you know? I said, I remember there's still so the pepperoni took out. The pepperoni was about that long, and it was a fat 2-inch pepperoni, and on the pepperoni was white mold. I'm talking white mold, 1/4 of an inch of mold on the outside of the skin of the pepperoni. That was all we had. A bottle of 7-Up, a liter of 7-Up, and he goes, he goes like this. He goes, are you gonna eat this? So I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I'm hungry. And he goes, well, you go first. So I says, give me a piece of burlap, because there were burlap bags everywhere. He gives me a burlap bag, and I rub off the white. And it still had white fuzz, hair, fungus on it. And I had a can of starting fluid. I always kept starting fluid up in the pilot house because that's where I kept it, so it didn't get misplaced. I always knew. I took the starting fluid and I hosed it down the pepperoni, and I took the burlap bag and I got it down to where you could see the skin. And I took a bite out of it. and I went, like, took a big bite out of the pepperoni. And you got to remember, it was the big one, like that, and about that long. And he's looking at me, and I ain't saying anything to him because this is delicious. I'm loving this. And he's going, is it any good? I'm going, it's okay. So I took another bite. And when I'm taking it out of my mouth, he goes, give me that. And he busted it in half. He goes, here, this time. And the two of us were eating on this molded pepperoni. It was probably the best pepperoni. I said, how is it? It's good. It's really good. He goes, do you want the rest? Yeah, I'll eat mine. Don't worry. I'll be okay with mine. And then we drank the 7-Up, which was still good. That was when bottles were still bottles, glass bottles. But I never forget him. When I took the second bite, he's going, is it good? I'm going, it's okay, because I don't want to tell him it's good, because I'm going to eat the whole thing. He goes, give me that. And he breaks it in half, and he goes, yeah, this one's yours. That was funny. You had to be there. Because we were so cold. We had no food. We had no water. We had nothing. And I remembered the pepperoni in the bottle of 7-Up. For all I knew, the cap had rushed it off, but it was still good. Yeah, Bobby wanted to abandon ship at that time, too. So now, that's how to end the stream. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to end the stream anyway in a few minutes. It's getting late. And so now we turn the corner, and the wind is 45, 50 miles an hour behind us. And we got home, and I put the ramp down from the barge to the shore. The motors were not closed up, and Bobby goes, I see you, Mike. See you tomorrow. And he left me right down. There was a cab stand across the street. I'm going home. Bye-bye. He quit. He came back, but yeah. So anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. I got lots of stories. So when I hear stories about the woe is me stories, I have no sympathy for those people. And Freebird, as a boilermaker, as a welder boilermaker, oh, do you think that's an easy job? You don't think that anything that Freebird did all day wouldn't clip his fingers off? It would. Everything that Freebird did for a living as a boilermaker, welder, everything that he did all day would kill him. Every day. You people don't understand what it's like to do man's work, a man's job. And especially that I used to do that by myself. If someone didn't show up for work, I would just take the barge and go put pilings in by myself. I would put 60 pilings in a job over the course of a winter, all by myself. No help, nobody to line anything up. I'd put 60 pilings. I'd start in November and I'd finish in March. I wasn't in any hurry. 1 piling, 2 pilings a day. But if you fall down, you die. If something falls on you, you die. If you fall in the water and you bang your head, you die. But what Freebird did was dangerous as well. Piece of metal doesn't have to be a big piece of metal. So thanks for watching, everybody. So when you guys hear about, when you watch these sissies on YouTube, oh, I have a boo-boo. I broke my leg backwards. I put a broomstick and a piece of 1x2 on my leg, taped it up, and worked for 6 more hours before I went to the hospital. I'm being Permy. Oh, I got to get in touch with Daisy May. Bye-bye for now. From the Philippines, baby. Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Thanks for watching. Freebird, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Flying Circus, DNC, Mike Dowdy, Scott Del Fuego, Dennis Adam, Byte008. Thanks for stopping by, guys. From the Philippines. Still raining. 40 days and 40 nights. I was right about that, too. I'm being permanent, which of course means take care always. Bye-bye for now. Let me check my mail before I go. Nothing. I'm being